Drop the beat.
I'm a never Trump guy. I'm a never Trump guy. I'm a never Trump guy. I never liked him. I'm a never Trump guy. I'm a never Trump guy. I'm a never Trump guy. I never. 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 I'm a never Trump guy. I never liked him. I never liked him. I never liked racism. I'm a never Trump guy. Xenophobia. I'm a never Trump guy. Racism. I'm a never Trump guy. Xenophobia. I'm a never Trump guy. I never liked him. I never liked him. I never. I'm a never Trump guy. 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 I never liked him. I'm a never Trump guy. I'm a never Trump guy. I'm a never Trump guy. I never. 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 I'm a never Trump guy. I never liked him.
Good morning, Vietnam, Patriarch and Jonah Boy. Good to see you. And by the way, I hope you're proud of me. I figured out my own web camera thing. So I'm using the nice camera. I zoomed it out a little bit. That way we can get more of the background. But it's the nice camera, so that should be good. Justin Garcia says, good morning, Connor. Good morning to you, King. And yeah, so today we're kind of we're after the holiday, obviously. I hope you guys had an awesome Christmas. I did. I can still feel the prime rib, the horseradish butter, the candy, the chocolate caramel popcorn. I can feel all of it like flowing through my blood system. So there's like a strong chance that if Beef Supreme triggers the fuck out of me, then I'm just going to die on stream again. So I might still die today, but that's okay. That's okay. It'll be because I ate too much delicious food and I'm live streaming. So yeah, so you know, we're good. Christian Blair says, good morning. Good to see you, King. Randy Chang says, good morning, nerds. Good morning to you. Patriarch says, wow, he's too good. I am too good. Yeah, Jonah Boy says the Agartha light is gone. Well, we can bring it back if you want to. We can bring it back if you want to. Christian Blair says, how did beef trigger Connor? Oh, what was it? We were talking about, it wasn't beef for this one. It was like run, hide, fight training in mass shooting scenarios. That was one of them. And then Beef Supreme was like, oh yeah, cops are pieces of shit. They're all lame and they should kill themselves. And I was like, that's an exaggeration, of course, but it wasn't that much of an exaggeration. Thero says prime rib is pretty great, especially with mashed potatoes, turnip, and carrots. That's what we did. So we did prime rib, we did horseradish butter, mashed potatoes, and then like brown sugar carrots. Oof. It's good stuff. I got some leftovers too. Patriarch says cop stuff or something. Yeah. Hedonic Samuel says, good morning, Girl Hottest. Good morning to you. Christian Blair says, well, not taking his side on that. Well, you know, it's all right. Well, like through the stream, I felt like I have a vein like right here somewhere in my temple. And I felt like the vein throbbing to the point that I was like, oh my God, that thing might burst. It didn't burst though. I survived. We went to Christmas. We had a great time. Thero says we do brown sugar on carrots too. Yeah, it was great. It was great grub. Hedonic Samuel says I cooked $1,600 worth of prime rib yesterday. Lots of happy residents. Good. It's awesome. Well, I'm going to kind of put it in your guys' court a little bit. Okay, so it seems like we're in a little bit of a holiday lull. But there is stuff out there. I kind of want to check out the Hasan Piker hit piece because I think it's by a video essayist that I like. And so therefore it should be pretty good. Now, of course, the opening sequences are probably going to have all the introductory stuff. Hasan Piker was born in Turkey to a millionaire or billionaire. His uncle helped him out with a media company. He ran this pickup dating website thing for a while. The Hunter Biden thing is there too. That's easy content. I can get angry at Hunter Biden. You guys can be like, no, he's a good boy. He didn't do nothing wrong. So that's an easy way for us to get triggered. There was another one too. Oh yeah. And then of course there was the CoffeeZilla, Voidzilla, Epstein updates, which I brought that up on the 24th. And Grassroots is normally one of the he's a fan of several creators, including CoffeeZilla. but he was a fan of CoffeeZilla. He's a fan of Atriarch. He's a fan of some other big creators who are supposed to be like pretty good. And even he was like, "Oh, that new Epstein coverage is kind of boring." And I was like, "Oh, all right, well, I'll skip it then." So, um, yeah. So Patriarch says, "Imagine dying." I do. That's part of the problem. Christian Blair says, "Will Connor enjoy the Hunter interview though? Only watch some of it. Sean seems all right, but he is partisanly audience captured like most FSF dudes." Well, that might be good, right? Because then he could maybe press Hunter Biden on the conspiracy theories surrounding him, right? Hunter Biden screaming alligator face. Yeah, that should be my emote. My emote should be a pink screaming alligator. Stop trying to kill Connor. Nope, that's the content. The content is we find the psychic damage. I watch it so I can absorb the psychic damage on your behalf while you're doing things that actually improve society. I keep you entertained. And then I get paid a disproportionate amount of money via super chats and stream rev avenue to absorb the psychic damage on your behalf. And then I die earlier than you. That's the deal. I get to have a cool job where I listen to things that give me psychic damage and probably kill me. And you get to be productive for society, which realistically I have the better job, but then I die earlier because of the psychic damage. Input output says good morning. True. Patriarch says he is. Subri Keller says, how happily do CoffeeZilla, not in the girl's way, but I'll watch it. Oh. Ninu says Hunter is a good boy with a big schlong. Don't be a hater. See? And then Patriarch's like pointing up at him. Yeah, exactly. See? That's that's typically the vibes in chat whenever I go after their boy. Hunter is their boy. Yep, it's a pretty good deal. Subri Kettler says Connor is an internet coal miner. Exactly. I go looking for diamonds 90% of the time. I strike dirt and I strike coal, but that's okay. That's okay. We suffer. We suffer for your entertainment. But what I'll do, just because I think it's a little bit of a slower day. No offense to anyone who has already shown up and said hello, but I think people are still recovering from the holidays. They're still experiencing a little bit of dietary itis. They're still experiencing a little bit of lethargy. Hunter does admit that he was guilty and feels bad about being pardoned. Well, there you go. I mean, realistically, that was like the main thrust of it for me. The main threat, the reason why I got pissed at liberals or whatever is because they were like, "Oh no, he's a good boy. He didn't do nothing. Don't hate on him." Yeah, Biden blue 2028. The perfect way to get me to vote for JD Vance is to run Hunter Biden and Bonnie Blue as president and vice president. I guess I'll take a look at their policy platform, but realistically, I would rather kill myself at the airport than vote for that. Anyways, damn, you guys are getting me spicy now. What was I gonna say? Hunter Biden, Bonnie Blue, triggered. Hasan Piker, triggered again. Oh, I guess I'm just triggered. Ugonarch says a Hasan hit piece. Let's go. All right, cool. Well, QC John says, good morning, Grill Hottest. May your grill stay hot. May your beer stay cold. And may you keep all your fingers while blowing things up. Amen. Thank you, brother. Well, QC John. Chaplain, well, QC John. Subri Keller says, Connor gets the internet version of Black Lung so we can have our funny fights to entertain us. True. Patriarch, universal basic hookers and crack. Well, that's libertarians and liberals basically being drug and sex degenerates. Who would have thought it? Fell Runner for 5 says, if I can wake up in the darkness to grill, so can you. Let's start a Friday chip goal. Thank you. Yeah, let's do that. Let's start the Friday chip goal. Thank you, Fell Runner, for kicking us off. And thank you guys for your generosity on the 24th. So I'll just be very, very, very transparent. December was a little bit of a slower month for us, but I think understandably so. It was the holidays. The Oilers got projects. They gotta actually take care of their family members. They got to do this. They got to do that. The chippers are also likewise budgeting in order to make sure that they can get their family members sufficient presents that they're not deemed scumbags. And then on the 24th, you guys were just like, everything for Christmas is taken care of. Here's a bunch of money. And I was like, oh, whoa, spicy. Nice. And so that worked out beautifully. And so, yeah, So Valor Media Network is doing great. We're still 90% of the revenue on Valor Media Network. There's one other guy who's starting to bring in cash now. He does post-recorded views, but his post-recorded views do get tens of thousands of views. So he's starting to bring in some cash, which is nice. And then, we're still 90% of the channel revenue. And so next year, I'm not going to give you any details on it, but there might be a little bit of a change in management and a change in the back end that they prepped me for back in late November, early December. They were like, hey, we're trying to do this thing on the back end. And so there might be a little bit of a change in management, but I don't think that'll change anything. And then there's a small possibility. And by the way, I've said small 3 times now. So I don't want anybody to be like, oh, things are getting crazy. No, there's nothing crazy going on. There's a small possibility that the new people who come in are like, dang, Connor's kind of crazy and his content is kind of schizo. That's not the direction we want to go in. And then maybe I do my own thing. But the good news is we got enough revenue that we can do our own thing. That being said, what I understand from the bosses is that they're like, no, it's fine that you're a schizophrenic. Oh my God. So hold on. Let me go here. Patriarch says, got him. Christian Blair says, I'd prefer to chill with him over Don Jr. or Eric. Probably not Ivanka, though. Sure. I'd rather chill with Ivanka Trump than anybody else. But I would actually hang out with Jared Kushner, weirdly enough. So that's not an entirely goonery sentence. And then what else was I thinking? Yeah, but Hunter would probably be cooler to hang out than Don or Eric. That's for sure. Fell Runner says, Alu Hawk Barbecue. Well, QC and all. True. Ninu says, actually think the Hunter Biden interview will be bad for future coal mining because Connor won't be a hater after it. That's what they said in reference to the interview that we watched a month ago, and I was still a hater. Christian Blair says, my girlfriend ain't exactly happy for the extra super chat, but I had to be around her MAGA family on vacation, and I ran out of booze last night. Well, fair's fair, right? Fair's fair. Kay says, just want to say I'm super thankful for you keeping up the content over the holidays. It helps me keep me sane with all the kids at home. Well, good, Kay. I'm happy to help out. Patriarch says, Christian, always buy twice as much alcohol as you think you need. Christian Blair says, also Denver is cold as shit. Never miss Florida heat more than now. Yeah. You know what's great about Florida? So Florida is miserable during the summer, right? It's like 95 degrees with 400% humidity, and it's so hot and it's so humid. You're like, God, why don't I move someplace cold? And then you walk around during the summer and it's like 60 to 82 degrees the entire, or sorry, did I say summer? I meant winter. During the winter, it's like 60 to 82 degrees the entire winter. And you could still, when it's like 60 or 70 degrees, you could still go out in shorts. You might be a little uncomfortable, but you could still go out in shorts and hang out in shorts. And you're like, do I really want to shovel snow out of my driveway is snowballs really worth it? Is sledding really worth is skiing and snowboarding really worth it? And like, you could also go snowboarding, skiing, and snowball fights and all that kind of stuff. You could do that on a vacation. You could just take your family up north. You could just jump in the car with the family, drive up north, throw some snowballs, buy a parka for one vacation, make some snowmen, ride some, get some classic memories, and then be like, all right, time to go back to like the normal temperatures. So, yeah. Fell Runner says, it was good. My daughter demands we be Christian now that she is old enough to witness everyone else's Christmas events. Laugh my ass off. We celebrate Hanukkah and 8 days of presents. Never competes. Yeah. You don't need to be Christian. Just do the Christmas holiday stuff. Like, just get a tree. Have the on the 25th. Just open a shitload of presents. No problems. Excuse me. Let me sneeze. Oh, good God. Drewby says, always drink twice as much as two. Patriarch. True. Schizo politics sells in this era. It really does. It really does. Also, I've been using the R slur. On Twitter, and they have not. Nobody's really cared, which is good. But the R slur. The R slur. I'll refrain from using the R slur on Valor Media Network, but I will use the R slur on my Twitter. It is necessary for my own sanity. Drewby says snow days were awesome as a kid, though. Yeah, for sure. But you're not the one who had to You're not the one who had to shovel the snow. Samson says facts. Patriarchs is cold is better than heat. You say that. Aren't you in Ukraine? Politics JK says, I can't handle the same basic weather all year. I need the change. Monotony is an issue for me, but I get it. Lived in Hunters Creek in South Orlando most of my life. All right. Ninu, as a guy in Norway who grew up with negative 30 degrees Celsius every winter, no, it's not worth it. Yeah, that's brutal. Well, QC John says, I learned my daughter's boyfriend is intending to ask for her hand in marriage. I told him I will only give my blessing when he can put 3 1/4 at 100 yards. He is not a shooter at all. Lol. Nice. Nice. How old are they, by the way? Well, QC John, how old are they? That always scares me when like young people are getting married. Did my dog just mess with my? Yeah. Hold on. My Bo, the white one that's riddled with tumors, and he's 13 years old, even though he's very handsome still. He likes to sleep on the cords. You know what I'm saying? Like he actually just goes over here and like cuddles my extension cords. It's so annoying. Christian Blair says, I don't think Arsler was ever restricted on X, but I could be wrong. Telling someone to KTS is what usually gets me. That's the one that's like that is my one ring, right? That is I am Gollum, and telling someone to end their lives is like the constant temptation of my social media presence. Like I think that should be if somebody offs themselves because somebody online told them to off themselves, they probably weren't going to make it anyways. So I think my right to tell somebody to kill themselves should be higher than the right of people to not hear that, because there are a lot of people on the internet that deserve to hear those phrases. Bring back KYS. True. Yeah, that's where I'm at. Fell Runner says, we will it's been a rough couple of years. We did a tree and presents from 19 to 22, and then our Christian bear friends and the whole world that hosted our wedding stopped talking to us in 23. That's weird. Oh, that's best friends. Damn. Yeah, bear friends would be cool. That sucks that your best friends aren't talking to you anymore. She is 21, he is 22. I mean, that's an okay age for young love. It's just scary. So I guess my thing would be like, do they have their shit together, right? Like, are they working jobs? Are they paying bills? Do they have a plan for housing? Do they have a plan for kids? Because, being young and in love is great, but, being able to pay your bills is important. Patriarchs is good point. I'm hooked up to an automatic generator. Nice. Drew B says, no, don't use the shot collar. I'm going to be listening to you. You're all welcome. Grillmas Day. Thank you, Fell Runner. Thank you for kicking us off with the super chat, too. Patriarch says, so I can enjoy the weather. True. True. Bring back KYS. Clap, clap, clap. All right. Everybody loves it. You ain't making the evolution, Chief. Back, Pat. Not going to make it is also a great phrase. Groovy Harp says, I don't get why people attack Hunter Biden with crack payoffs and hookers thing. I don't know if anyone this, but crack payoff and hookers is good times. Classic lib shit. Classic lib shit in my chat. So if well, actually, I maybe I need to amend this statement. Maybe you guys applaud Destiny's degeneracy as well. Maybe that's part of the problem. Anyways, Subry says, I'm saving up money to see if we can get Connor to play Dispatch. No, I'm not playing Dispatch. Listen, isn't Dispatch the superheroes dating video game with a lot of like implicit or explicit sex scenes? Like, listen, I'm all about, if I was single, maybe, if I was 20, maybe. I am a 40-year-old married man. Okay. I do not need to be looking at that stuff. Now, that being said, I've seen enough like clips and memes and all that kind of stuff. What was I thinking? Invisigal seems hot and cool to hook up with. The blonde chick who's really like a Latina brunette or whatever, whenever she depowers, that chick is wife material, as far as I can tell. Then isn't there like one other girl that you can hook up with, like a demon girl or something like that? So yeah, so demon girl for the one night hookup, pixie haircut and Visigal for the short term to intermediate term hookup, and then the blonde chick is wife material. Boom! I just told you how to play that game. There you go. Oh my god. So superhero Sims, worse than that. It's actually like it's basically softcore porn. It's basically softcore porn. Groovy Harp says, I disapprovingly shake my head at Destiny's degeneracy. FYI, it's a case-by-case basis. Yeah. Jonah says, there's not so much sex scenes, but there is a lot of sexual harassment and HR violations. Yeah. So, well, QC John, yes, they are actually really good kids. She's a district manager in retail. He is third year electrical apprenticeship in. They live together and have it together. I'm just not ready to turn her loose. There you go. That's good. That's a lot better of a start than a lot of other people. So that sounds good. And if they actually love each other and he's a good man, that's good. Drewby says, I am 40-year-old married man. I play Animal Crossing like a real G. See, there you go. Fellrunner says, it would be funny if Dispatch was not what Connor was referring to right now. Patriarchs is base take. Yep. Jonah says, Malevola isn't romanceable. She just SAs Robert. Oh, good Lord. I just meant the game where you send cars out. There you go. You cannot hook up with Malevola. She's just a thirst trap that sexually harasses people. Okay. Christian Blair says, 100% stand gooning of all kinds, but I am looking at you differently if you truly enjoy sex video games. That feels like an addiction in the making. Also, the gameplay is like barely there. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. That's like, there was this video game. I'll show you guys in a second. Let me pull it up real quick. I remember this when I was a teenager, and it was terrifying that it existed as a thing. And it's not because like me as a teenager was like, okay, well, some of those cartoons are hot, right? And then it's not like I'm sure there aren't some lonely adults who probably like this video game, and you know, maybe it was like their saving grace for why they didn't kill themselves. But it was scary to me to think that like there were 40-year-old men or 50-year-old men who were lonely as shit in the middle of nowhere playing this video game because they didn't have real relationships. Okay. Are you ready for the video game? It's Leisure Suit Larry. Okay. It's like a small Jewish guy with a receding hairline, wearing a suit. It's kind of like Grand Theft Auto themed. Apparently there's like a redneck version. He's like short. His room sucks. His life sucks. But like the whole point is to like go into like weird social situations. And then I don't know if it's softcore or hardcore, but it's obviously like a porn-based video game. And so yeah, it's like if there's like a whole bunch of guys out there who are super lonely who didn't kill themselves as a result of Leisure Suit Larry existing, I mean, that's great. I'm happy that they didn't kill themselves. But also, I can't help but think of the psychological destruction of Leisure Suit Larry has ushered in on the American population. It's probably pretty bad. Probably bad, guys. Probably bad. But I'm going to pull up the Hasan hit piece. We're going to get cracking. It is what it is. Apparently, there's some Dan food shops drama. And for those of you who don't know, Dan Saltman is Tywin Lannister. Okay? It's Dan Saltman is Tywin Lannister. Food shops is the mountain. And food shops has bitten the hand that feeds and is attacking Destiny's true friends and orbiters. That's apparently a side drama, and I might find that interesting, but like how far into the schizophrenia are we willing to go? You know what I'm saying? Why is Dan Tywin? Because he's rich. He's got all the gold and Castle Rock. That's why. Hasan Piker video essay. It might pop with me Googling it. But if it doesn't, I think I have it saved. Yeah, I got it saved. It's all good. I need more caffeine. I can feel myself dragging. My apologies. No, that's not what I want. I want to log into my other account, my Counterpoints account. Oh, cool. I hit 119,000 subs. It's been a little bit slower on the 40K stuff because they haven't released a lot of new content. So we've been getting by on fan animations and video game trailers and stuff. And it's been okay. You know, we've been getting, 20,000, 40,000 views on random content. I just like it when they release like new stuff, like a new animation and we get like 150,000, 200,000 views or whatever. But did I not save it? Oh no, I might not have saved the Hasan Piker hit piece. Was it by Too Lazy to Try? Was it by Rob's Media? Was it by a different video essayist? I might be in trouble, guys. I might have accidentally not saved the content. Whoops. Where's the maybe I could Google it on this profile, and because I already looked at it 5 times on this profile. Hasan Piker hit piece essay. Nope, stop playing that. Turkey Tom 1 month ago, but that's for the dog shot collar. I don't care about that. There's like a 2-hour video essay that just got released. It's got a cartoon PFP. Oh no, I might have fucked up, guys. Too Lazy to Try. This looks like his art style. Videos. Nope. It's not Too Lazy to Try. What was the other one? Rob's Media. Yeah, it was Rob's Media. All right. Rob's Media. Rob's Media, let's go. Oh, man. All right, give me a second. Sorry. Rob's Media. Yes. Yes. All right, let me set this up. All right, and let me I have this thing in my settings. So for those of you who don't know, there's this thing where you set it up and it allows your computer to use your it allows the browser. And I'm sorry I'm being boring. I'm sorry that my brain isn't working right now. I'm telling you, I'm working on it, okay? I'm working on it. I'm going to work on getting caffeinated. I'm going to work on getting more high energy. I'm going to work on actually saying coherent sentences. But there's this setting in YouTube where if you click on it, or actually with the default, if you leave it there, then it makes it so you cannot screen record things. And what it does is it takes the browser and it fishes onto your computer in order to boost performance of the video. And then it makes the video look really good because it's using your computer, like additional things on your computer in order to boost performance. But the way that they use that is they effectively like boost the performance, but they also track whether or not you're doing a screen capture. And if you're doing a screen capture, then it blacks out the screen. I forget what it's called, but typically I turn it off, but I've noticed that it made my videos really jumpy, like really laggy. And I'm looking for it. Performance issues alert, inactive tabs experience, tab preview, memory saver, preload pages, AI innovation. What is it? Why isn't it? Why is this not a thing? All right. I guess I'll go to the Hello? Give me a second. Nope, not that one. Of course. Of course I'm an idiot. Of course. Why would Connor have a good time? Wow, that was annoying. All right. Wow, that was mad annoying. So I had to reset my settings on. Yeah, sure. Okay, fuck it. I'm not even going to describe what happened, okay? Just suffice it to say, I just got blasted in my butt by the computer, okay? The computer just blasted me in the butt. All right. Oh, Merry Christmas, desolate mirror. Let me present this to you. We're not even going to talk about what just happened, okay? I was just assaulted by software technology. All right, let me know if you got audio when I start playing it, okay? I'm going to do an intro. We're going to get cracking. Hi, guys. Welcome to Counterpoints. My name's Connor. I'm a science fiction, politics, and philosophy nerd, a Marine Corps and law enforcement veteran, and I would argue a real Republican. Today, I got a little special treat for you. We're going to be hating on Hasan Piker. For those of you who don't know, Hasan Piker is the largest left-wing political streamer in the Western world. He, as a matter of fact, I shouldn't even tell you who he is because the video is probably going to tell you who he is. So let's bring him in. Let the hate begin.
The criticism that was thrown in my face has been consistent throughout my career. I'm an idiot. I'm a dumb bimbo. I don't know what I'm talking about.
Correct.
What a fucking Weasley little liar, dude.
Until it's bright out.
God damn, dude. Yo, fuck this refugee, okay?
Oh, just another lonely night.
You are cancer in this community, and you're cancer in every community. Suck my dick.
Are you willing to sacrifice your life?
I can't stand any of you dumb in this goddamn chat. Oh my fuck God, I hate the left. I hate liberalism. I hate everything that's going on every single day of the goddamn week.
Hasan Piker, arguably one of the most controversial streamers of all time. Part of that is due to his extreme political stances, but as you can tell by recent drama involving him, it's not just due to him being a leftist. Even before he became Twitch's golden boy, Hasan has always been getting into scuffles with other online creators around him, where he doesn't always come out on top. However, he's normally able to swerve off these controversies due to his public image, one he's crafted over the years to seem like a trustworthy figure to his audience. But today, I'll be turning that apart. Though before we get started, I'm going to address some common smear tactics used by Hasan's community. 1.
And I'm gonna jump ahead and say this. Listen, there are creators. We've talked about this several times on this stream. And quick show, by the way, like the stream, share it with your friends, engage with chat, super chats if you got them, memberships if you got them. We got a 10 super chat goal over the next 2 hours. Fellrunner already kicked us off with 1 super chat, so thank you, Fellrunner. But there is something called the Gilded Cage. And the Gilded Cage, in my opinion, Lauren Southern's fallen into it, Vosh has fallen into it, Hasan Piker has fallen into it, Nick Fuentes has fallen into it. And what it is, we've described this several times. I show up the stream and I tell you guys what I think. And sometimes it's popular, sometimes it's not. Sometimes I fight with my chat, sometimes it's not. And also it's kind of heterodox, right? We don't fall neatly into the liberal stuff because I have more socially conservative views. Obviously, I disagree with a lot of liberals on firearms, law enforcement, police reform, militarism, border security, all that kind of stuff. But I don't fall neatly into the libertarian camp either because I think libertarians are rich people who want to avoid taxes. No offense to my rich people who want to avoid taxes currently present in my chat. But the point is, I don't fall neatly into either political camp. And so we fight all the time. And I think that reduces the size of the community because people typically like certainty as a part of their political ideology. A lot of people treat politics the way that a lot of other people treat religion. They want a dogma, they want a priest, they want a. Actually, Fellrunner says, lol, grassroots called out. Realistically, I was calling out patriarch. But anyways, the point is that like people want certainty, right? They want dogma, they want a priest, they want a god, they want an afterlife, they want a rapture, they want everything to be predictable. And part of the problem, patriarch responded in chat, but part of the problem with being kind of like centristy and heterodox is that you do not provide people that certainty. But when you provide people that level of certainty, where you have dogma, you are a priest, you're offering a new god to worship, you're offering a predictable afterlife, you're offering an apocalypse and a rapture. What ends up happening is you box yourself into this corner with your religious zealots where, yeah, sure, you're making shitloads of cash, but you end up resenting your own religious zealots. And you can see that in Hasan, you can see that in Vosh, you can see that in Nick Fuentes, where effectively every few months, they'll just freak the fuck out and they'll chew out their own audience and they'll tell their own audience how much they hate their own audience. Whereas I don't hate my own audience. I actually really like my audience. I think they're, once again, above average intelligent, above average employed, above average trying to do the right thing, and above average insightful. And so basically I wanted to use this rant in order to glaze the cog. I think that we attract really, really, really good people. But as a result, we don't agree on everything. Hearshot says you hate me. Well, yeah, that's because I think you're a part of one of those tribes, but that's okay. That's okay. I only worship Joe Pesci. Well, I mean, that's an excellent guy to worship. Anyways, back to the content.
I'm not some retarded Destiny fanboy. I didn't get any of these clips from DGG. In fact, me and Destiny don't like each other, because I like making pedophile jokes about him. I wonder why Destiny's degenerate community is defending his takes on Zoophilia.
That's me!
The same community that's currently defending Destiny for having potential CP in his possession.
Yeah, she's 13 years old now. Oh, dang it. Well, I'm out of here. Goodbye, everyone.
Sick reference.
Second, none of these Hasan clips I'll be showing are taken out of context. About 98% of them came from the original VODs, and I'll be putting the date of each one at the upper left.
Donick Samuel says we're also very attractive. True. Exclusively 3000 IQ GigaChats and GigaStacies in the COG community.
Hand corner. These can be found on 3 separate VOD channels that will be linked in the description below. Third, if you're someone who's not going to watch this full video, don't bother leaving some inflammatory comments or try to strawman me. Actually try to engage with the arguments I'm making. With all that out of the way, I think it's best to begin with how Hasan became a streamer in the first place. Hasan Piker was born in
Hi, Jen Winkler.
New Jersey, but spent much of his childhood in Istanbul, Turkey, where he was raised Muslim. His father is Mehmet Basit Piker, a political scientist and economist who worked at Sabancı Holding, an industrial and financial conglomerate in Turkey. He even served as vice president of the company at one point, and is also described as the founding member of the Future Party, a conservative political party in Turkey. Despite what Hasan says, he grew up rich, no doubt. In a recent interview with Katie Drummond, he mentions growing up fairly affluent and not having to worry about making ends meet or getting a job. Hasan's mother is Olker Sadef Piker, an architectural historian at the New Jersey Institute of Technology. In an old Facebook post, Hasan also mentions her owning commercial real estate properties, which is really bizarre because of how viciously he hates landlords.
Well, my understanding is that the property owners who have properties there choose just not to rent it at all.
Yeah, kill
As a
them.
result.
Kill those motherfuckers in a video game. Sorry. Holy shit. Murder those motherfuckers in the street. Let the streets soak in their fucking red capitalist bloods, dude. Oh my god, in a video game, of course.
NFL
Holy shit. Holy fucking shit, dude. Sorry. I meant in a video game.
He only wants to kill his mother in a video game. It's okay, guys. In his early adult life, Hasan would have had to join the Turkish military, as that country still has conscription laws put in place. However, his parents managed to pay his way out of service, as described in a 2022 episode of the Flagrant podcast.
Everyone has to serve in the military. Every able-bodied male has to serve in the military, either after high school or after college, depending on, if you go to the college, you go to the officer's rank, which is like a little bit shorter. If you study abroad or something, or if you work abroad overseas, you can do foreigner service, which is like super short. It's like 28 days. And there's always like, financial compensation. You can like pay your way out of it.
Now Hasan says that he actually wanted to go into service, but his dad said he'd disown him if he did.
Yeah, I thought it would be good. Like, I thought it'd be good for, I'd be even more fit. And my dad was like, I'll disown you. He literally said, like, I didn't spend this much money on you to fucking go and, like, die in a mountaintop somewhere, you fucking idiot. Like,
God, he's talking to you like he's an NFL owner.
Yeah, no, literally. He was like, what do you mean? Like,
I spent all this money for you to go skiing? Yeah.
He's like, 23, 24 years of, like, fucking spending money on you, or at least up into 18. All this education, we're not going to put that to waste. You're going to go... Your big ass is gonna pop out of the fucking trenches somewhere. Boom, you're done. Some Kurdish sniper is gonna fucking dome you. No shot. So I was like, all right.
Sometime around 2009.
Oh, I'm so twisted here. I'm so twisted here, man. Because on one hand, I think Hasan might have been a better person if he had done military service. I think that if he had to go through boot camp, have like Turkish drill instructors come out and like scream at him and kick his shit and, like have him like, organize and inventory things and learn how to shoot rifles and this, that, the other, he might have actually been like a more disciplined, like normal person. And then the Fell Runner, you said something spicy and Kay deleted it. Oh, that wasn't even that spicy. Was that an accident? Anyways, like I think he might have been a better person. And then also I'm kind of twisted because it's like, is this the kind of society that we want? Because the way that I talk about this or whatever, and sorry, I know that I'm picking up steam. I need more caffeine. But the way that I think about this is like, this is weirdly enough kind of the society that I advocate for, right? Is if you're 18 or you're 22 or whatever, you got to do 2 to 4 years of service before you can vote, blah, 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 blah. Well, apparently Turkey has that, but then Turkey also has the corruption that is common when you have a society that is like broad, like very broad, applicable mass service, is that the rich people figure out how to get out of it. And so would you rather have like an all volunteer force that actually cares, relatively wants to be there? Yeah, sure. A few of them want the benefits, or not even a few of them, maybe a third of them want the benefits. But realistically, they're taking a huge risk in order to get access to those benefits, but at least it's an honest transaction. Or do you want it where everybody has to serve, but then a lot of people are like malingerers, or they're garbage, or they don't take their job seriously, or they're rich and they're trying to do the minimum amount of service and this, that, the other? Like, would you want to play those social games? And so that's where, like, in my ideal society, I would have mandatory service. But since human beings are not ideal, maybe it's better to have an all-volunteer military force. So I don't know the answer to that question. I'm going to have to think about it a little bit more.
9. Hasan would move.
Yeah, too hinged. All volunteers is better than hypocrisy and corruption, in my opinion. Yeah, I don't know. I really do not know. I'm going to have to think about it more.
To America and attend the University of Miami. However,
well, Christian Blair says Hasan Piker would have gotten beaten harder than Private Pile by his fellow recruits. And once again, I'm sold on mandatory military service once again. I'm very twisted on this topic. I'm very mixed on this topic.
He was less focused on studying and instead spent much of his first semester partying and having sex with random girls. In a Cosmopolitan article, Hasan claims he grew up horny in a repressed culture. wanting to move because they're saying in Turkey that when you go to America, the girls ask to fuck. He also mentions working as a nightclub promoter and describes a shitty pickup line he used. I pulled the worst fucking line I've ever pulled on a girl, which still probably works to this day whenever I say it. I said, let's get out of here, because I can't do the things I want to do to you in here. They then went to a nearby apartment complex to do the deed, with Hasan's back bleeding the entire time as he chose to fuck this girl over a gravel staircase. He's not the brightest bulb in the box, I'll say that much. Because of his low GPA, his parents held an intervention, motivating him to transfer to Rutgers University in New Jersey. There, he studied communications and political science, eventually graduating in 2013. His passion for political debates would grow after this, as Hasan would have frequent discussions of his conservative-leaning fraternity brothers. I can just imagine these frat bros partying and Hasan barging into the room and spouting,
Oh my God. Like, can we talk about like the political and economic state of the world right now?
Hasan soon moved from New Jersey to California to work with his uncle, the one and only Cenk Uygur. Cenk is the founder of the Young Turks, a
Sampson says, if your population doesn't want to defend its country, should the country even exist? I mean, that's an interesting question, because if you actually look at history, you didn't need a large swath of the population to want to defend the country in order to maintain the country, right? Like, take women out of it. Most women don't want to fight, so that's half of the population already gone. Add in old people and kids, that's another quarter of the population. So then you're left with a quarter of the population, which are like fighting aged males. And then fighting aged males, it's probably, I don't know, 1%, 2% of the population that ever serves in the military or security forces at any point. So, and then I think that bumps up to like 5% or 10% if you include the entire population of veterans. So if it's really only 5% or 10% of the society that actually is willing to fight and die for your society, does that mean that if you drop to 8% or 7%, you just give up on the concept and you let it fall apart? I don't think that's true. 90% of the people in the Roman Empire didn't want they wouldn't have fought and died for the Roman Empire. 90% of the people who were in the British Empire, they would not have fought and died for the British Empire. So do you just prohibit greatness because not most people want to fight for it? Drakeel says, lol, what percentage of our military do people think actually do real frontline fighting? Yeah, and that's another thing too right there. I just brought up the stats for people who just join the military. I'm not even talking about people who fight. Even for people who fight, combat arms is probably less than 10% of the military, and infantry frontline people are probably less than 2%. So you're talking about a percentage of people who actually engage in armed combat. So, yeah. Yep. Unless the country has a very small population. Yeah, like the Switzerland or something like that. But even Switzerland, they were neutral for a long time. And I think they're still neutral. And they just have a militarist society. But their militarist society is predicated on the fact that Switzerland will not start wars that it does not absolutely have to fight. So there's kind of like a social contract element where they increased the militarism of their society, but they decreased the likelihood that their society would participate in a military campaign. So it's probably a relatively safe bet to be a Swiss soldier. Keep Your Bilstein says, Hexeth ignores the tooth-to-tail ratio. Everybody is a warfighter. All right. Anyways.
left-wing news program started in 2002. He has his own list of controversies that I won't dive into here, but he's known for his various inflammatory statements.
I believe that if I were the benevolent dictator of the world, I would legalize bestiality where you are giving, you are pleasuring the animal. You see what I'm saying?
Bruh, what is happening? Is this 2008? What is happening? Was this Destiny? Okay, so sorry, real quick. I need to break this down. So there's this thing that is, hold up. Wait a minute. Something isn't right here. All right. Hold up. God, I'm still not sufficiently caffeinated for this show. Okay. Let's think about this for a second, all right? Dang, some anti-Turkish commentary coming out in the chat. Woof. Woof. Okay. Sorry, let me think. Let me focus. Destiny used to do this thing where it was a rhetorical argument, but I also think he was, I don't know, he argued it so passionately. I think there's probably some part of him that's serious. And this was actually an argument from P.F. Young, where he was saying that liberalism is the maximum extension of human freedom, and that is its orientation. And if you cannot articulate harm, then typically liberals want to legalize that behavior. And in line with that, I know that seems extreme, but it's kind of funny. In line with that, Destiny used to argue that incest was morally neutral, and then conservatives would come on and scream at him. And what would happen is they would be like, oh, well, STDs. And he's like, okay, well, you can use condoms. And they'd be like, oh, pregnancy. And they're like, well, what if they got, their fallopian tubes tied? Oh, genetic disorders. And they'd be like, okay, well, their fallopian tubes are tied and their testes are whatever. And so he would just run down all of the variables that make incest repulsive in our society, and he would eliminate them through like technology. And then he would ask like, okay, what is your logical argumentation for why this thing is bad? Now, if you think of that from like a debate bro perspective of just like, we're trying to make this thing, we're trying to show you that logically that these things are, we can eliminate the harm that you're concerned with, and therefore you no longer have any opinion about this except for like a general emotion of disgust, then, we can show that you're not logically consistent. And that's the way that Destiny argued it. Arguably, Vosh did the same thing with the analogies of capitalism being the same as child pornography, that the exploitations inherent in capitalism was present in child pornography. Therefore, if we're not going to prohibit the cruelty associated with our complex international supply chains, then also illegal pornographic material should be legalized as well. And the point is that, like, are these real positions, or are these like spicy rhetorical positions to get people mad at you so you get attention on the internet? My argument is it's probably 70-30. It's probably 70% not their real position. It's probably just a spicy way to get attention on the internet. It's probably 30% a real position. And this feels like Cenk Uygur before Destiny was a thing doing the same thing. Either that or the Turkish slurs in my chat from earlier are accurate. So mentally choose your lane, okay? Either number one, all the anti-Turkish slurs in my chat were true, or number two, Cenk is trying to be spicy on the internet for attention. Anyways, like the stream, share it with your friends, engage with chat, super chats if you got them, memberships if you got them. This is a family show, of course, but maybe put your headphones in for this segment, okay? Feltrudder says, is this like liberal class or liberal culture? Like, you are a liberal conservative in definition, not culture. You aren't working. You just support a Republican democracy. Yeah. So for instance, sorry, this is an interesting question, so I want to address it before we move. So libertarianism and liberalism largely argue for freedom from the government. And then we disagree on what the reasonable limits to this extension are. And so what P.F. Young was arguing was that there's a flaw in liberalism, that it constantly views the struggles in society as human beings trying to free themselves from oppressive structures. And that line of thinking has ultimately become like toxic and caustic, and that there has to be a better way to think about society. Now, if you think about liberals, real people, they might have that subconsciously running as a political program in the background, but they don't always make the extreme arguments that you guys do, for example. Like, I think most liberals on the street, I think most wine moms, if I asked them about Bonnie Blue, they'd be like, oh yeah, that's gross. We should probably make something illegal in there. They don't know what, but they're repulsed sufficiently that they know that it's antisocial behavior. So, anyways, everybody's a little bit of anything. Let's get back into the content. Like the stream, share it with your friends, engage with chat, super chats if you got them, memberships if you got them. Thank you for being here. Let's go.
Okay. Okay. Now why? Why did that happen?
Look at young Anna. Listen to the crew creeping out and look at young Anna being like, why? Classic Cenk. Classic Cenk.
It's the dumbest thing I've said.
It really is the dumbest thing you said.
No, I'll tell you why. Because there's was the case that we covered where there was like a guy or a girl or something that was pleasuring a horse.
And he's like, no, I'm going to double and triple down on this. He's like, oh, the audience isn't with me? That's okay. I'm going to triple down on this. Awesome clip, Cenk. Wait. All right, I'm going to let you guys enjoy this. I'm going to go get a refill of my tea because I need some caffeine.
Horse, and the horse came to a conclusion, right? So who got harmed?
You know that people who are, okay, look, not to be a downer about what you're saying, because what you're saying sounds kind of funny, but a lot of people who are being raped can actually, like, have an orgasm. So, like, if a guy is being raped, he can have an orgasm. Like, you can't say, if you come, that means you wanted it. That's not the right way to go.
But number one, you're being an unbelievable downer.
I am, but that's the truth.
Number two, they're not both humans. Number three, I mean, if you really asked the horse, did you mind? The answer's got to be, no. Do you see what I'm saying? No.
This is such an awkward conversation.
It is. All right, I'm going to leave it be, okay?
In 2013, Hasan got hired as an intern for the Young Turks, later working in the sales department after graduating college. He obviously got the job due to his family connections, which is why many describe him as a Nepo baby.
You're familiar with Maya Hawke, and she says, yeah, I'm a Nepo baby, and I accept it. I do have a specific example that kind of counters what she said there, even though I agree with what she's saying, right?
And I have a specific example of someone that worked here that has said something very similar to her.
Oh, interesting. Okay, It can't be your nephew because he has no self-awareness.
The Young Turks was already a massive brand by the early 2010s, and Hasan wished to become part of its on-screen talent. He kept begging producers to put him on camera when a fill-in was needed, finally catching a big break when the TYT University YouTube channel was launched. This acted more as a lifestyle channel aimed at college students, with its content having more in common with college humor than anything on the main TYT account. Hasan appeared as the host of Bro Tip, a weekly series where Hasan gives dating advice as this douchey frat bro persona.
This week's Bro Tip is brought to you by Batman.
Just kidding. This week's Bro Tip is still brought to you by me, Hasan Piker, because Mark Register failed to assassinate me.
This was during the era of YouTube where shock value was king, and most jokes were meant to inflame people by being as over the top as possible.
Leave your comments and ideas and opinions that I really truly care about in the section below. And if you don't, I'm going to come to your house and I'm going to have sex with your dog.
Like uncle, like nephew. Based on these archive pages, it's clear that the series was poorly received by viewers, especially due to the amount of pedophile jokes. In one episode, he makes reference to Hannah Montana, a character who was underage for most of her series run.
I want to say thank you to Miley Cyrus for showing off her camel toe at the VMAs the other night. If the 15-year-old Hasan Piker from high school watching Miley Cyrus on the Disney Channel, yes, I used to do that, would fucking see where she is now, he would give me a mental high five across time and land and space. I always knew Hannah Montana was a little fucking slut. Don't even try to hide it.
Oh, and then there's this infamous moment.
Come back again next week when we discuss the legendary question of all time. Old enough to count, old enough to mount? Question mark?
I'm glad your editors added that text in there, Hasan, because you would have been fucked. Now, I'm not going to pretend to be morally outraged by this. They're just shitty jokes from 12 years ago. Though that doesn't stop Hasan from doing that to people he doesn't like. Oh, Ethan Klein had a Reddit account called Pedo Troll where he makes shitty pedo jokes? Well, I'm gonna morally grandstand about it, even though they're from 12 years ago.
I don't know what compels someone to make like pedo jokes like this, especially with this frequency, but most of the fucking greatest hits are what you expect. talking about eating shit, just like fetishizing poop for some fucking weird reason, and also simultaneously making a lot of really gross statements about pedophilia and being a pedophile. And I mean, it's clearly like a troll account. I just don't understand why you would troll that way. Like, I don't understand who it's for.
Old enough to count, old enough to mount? Question mark.
In 2016, Hasan would be given another shot at being an on-camera talent. He appeared as the main host of The Breakdown, a series where Hasan discusses various political and cultural topics.
Back then, the Washington, D.C. consensus was that entitlement.
Listen, all you have to do is realize that this is what I've learned from being on the internet for so long, like 5 years now, in an aggressive way. You're only as canceled as you allow yourself to be. Okay? Unless, of course, you're like debanked and deplatformed. That, of course, then you're actually canceled. But if you say some wild shit and people clip you, and then they post it all the time under your social media, and they call you a piece of garbage and this, that, the other, then that's kind of like, yeah, that's annoying and that sucks. But if we look at all the most popular people on the internet, they've all said like crazy, crazy, crazy shit that got them a lot of negative attention at one time or another. And it's typically brought up in order to criticize them maybe years or decades later, but they capitalized on the negative attention in order to create their social media careers. And yeah, Booger Nick. Exactly. Like Nick had this one thing, like I'll rub my nose every now and then, but I think there's one where like Nick like actually picks his nose and then he like rubs his lips or whatever. It looks like he eats a booger. Hasan Piker had that the other day too. Hasan was streaming. Excuse me. Hasan was streaming and he was like using a tissue in order to rub his nose, and then he like rubbed his lips afterwards, but he rubbed his lips like with what he rubbed like his nose area. So it looked like he was eating his own snot or boogers. Totally gross. Anyways, the point is that like people will use your, especially if you're a big creator, people are going to use your worst clips against you. But if you don't give a shit, then it doesn't really do anything. Nick Fuentes has tons of spicy clips. He's probably bigger now than he's ever been. Hasan Piker, despite like losing some clout, losing some audience in the past, God, talking about my nose has made my nose itchy. Despite saying wild shit in the past, and despite taking like a small algorithmic hit for being crazy recently, he's still huge. He still gets like what, 10,000, 20,000 live viewers. He still gets hundreds of thousands of dollars per month. He probably still makes $1 million a year, right? These guys can go in perpetuity as long as they continue to make content. As long as they're not deplatformed and as long as they're not debanked, they can say wild shit and keep going.
Programs, including Social Security, simply had to be cut to balance the nation's books. Tough luck, old people. But all these pointless foreign wars are not.
York says Connor went and got caffeine, but his nose is now itchy. I promise you, I'm not bumping lines of cocaine in the morning. Although I did think about getting coffee instead of tea right now, but I need tea, man. I need tea. I need the perfect amount of caffeine spike.
Not going to pay for themselves.
The series had a much better reception than Bro Tip, though if you read the comments, many jokingly refer to him as Shank's nephew, as really, that's all he is. Hasan probably saw this as well, motivating him to escape the shadow of the Young Turks. He began uploading to YouTube in 2018, while also streaming on Twitch, playing video games. During these streams, Hasan would occasionally discuss politics, clearly inspired by his favorite content creator at the time, Destiny. Destiny became aware of Hasan after—
Why did he do that clip? Dude.
Inspired by his favorite content creator at the time, Destiny.
Listen. Y'all have seen the picture, the AI picture or the Photoshop picture of Destiny Muscly. Dude, if Destiny actually listened to me, I think his life would actually be legitimately better. He doesn't need to be like crazy muscly, but we could get him like muscular enough. And then, you know, we could stop the gooning and do like a reasonable amount of gooning, and he would stop destroying his life once every 6 months. But unfortunately, Steven's not that interested in my prescriptions for his personal life.
Destiny became aware of Hasan after his debate with right-wing influencer Charlie Kirk, which he was able to do through his connections with the Young Turks. Destiny was critical of Hasan's performance, though the two hashed things out on stream and swapped debate tactics.
Well, let's see what happens with fucking Sam Cedar in like half an hour. But in any case, all right, I gotta go. I have to pee so bad. I'm just gonna raid Destiny because you guys all have expressed how much you fucking love Destiny, and a lot of you probably came here from Destiny stream anyway. So that's what I'm gonna go do right now. No, seriously, like everyone originally was like, "Oh, Destiny's a suck dem, he sucks," blah. And like now, after this like 3-hour conversation, everyone's in love with you. They're like, "Oh my god, he sounds so great. He sounds so awesome."
Thanks, I try my hardest.
Hasan clearly saw Destiny as a sort of mentor to him, someone to help guide him through the newly evolving world of political Twitch streaming. Though if you ask Hasan nowadays, he'll claim he paved this path all on his own.
I just made my own choices and built my own business model, I guess, if I were to use a term like that. I paved it on my own because I thought, like, this is a concept that I think is cool, gaming. This is a concept that I think you can marry with gaming.
The two would become great friends and even hang out with each other in person, with the first instance of this being a 2018 Halloween stream.
Okay. Oh, I was gonna say, do you want to go out later, or are you into like going out and shit? You need a Halloween costume.
Listen, I am a professional streamer because I play video games inside my house all day. Okay. Yeah. I'm not much for the going out type.
No.
Unless you got a politics debate lined up for me. Okay.
No, fuck no, dude. We're gonna go out. We're gonna party. There's gonna be models. You'll like it.
Listen, I will tomorrow possibly. Okay. I've got plans tonight, but like maybe tomorrow, maybe the day after weekend.
Oh.
Hasan is talking to this guy like he's asking out his crush. There's more tension here than most romance books. It's palpable.
If Destiny was my roommate, I'd get him laid all the time.
Their connection was so strong that people were legitimately shipping them, both ironically and unironically. Someone on Wattpad even wrote a fan fiction, Destiny and Hasan, a story of romance and deception. Here's a brief excerpt. Hasan gripped Steven's shoulder and spun him around, then pushed.
I'm all right. Thank you, Rob. Love you, Rob. All right, thank you.
While both were on
This is a family show, Rob.
the left, Hasan had more radical positions on various topics.
I think he was a little bit more, he was farther left than he let on. So like I was a social democrat, he was a social democrat. But back in those days, like 2018, when people said they were a social democrat, they really meant socialist, but they just didn't want to say it. So he was farther left than me. And we had a lot of deep divides in our approach to politics.
There wasn't one singular incident that tore apart their friendship. It was a slow decay that only escalated in the summer of 2019. Hasan would put out a video criticizing Kamala Harris. Destiny heavily disagreed with this
These were the days, man. These were the days.
video and began reviewing it on stream. About 50 minutes in, Hasan calls in and begins lambasting Destiny, criticizing the toxicity of his chat.
Okay, but the school itself.
Also, God, it's so fucking frustrating. Oh God, I can't read your fucking chat. Oh my God. Like instead of it, like this is genuinely a problem where we're having a semantics argument over something that I admit is probably could have been worded better. And then that is enough for so many people to be like, oh, Hasan is a fucking incel. Like there's people in your chat saying like Hasan's incel is showing. And it's so fucking annoying that you guys are supposed to be my fucking allies that you would be so critical and so uncharitable in this circumstance just because Destiny is like even looking at this from a critical perspective. This is something that really frustrates me. Sorry, I'm gonna calm the fuck down. But it is genuinely infinitely fucking all right, whatever.
Dude, this is kind of like I understand that they blazed the streamer path, right? But I would say that's kind of like a rookie mistake, all right? Reading somebody else's chat is the fastest way to get pissed off. And I do it sometimes. I do it very rarely. So when I'm on Raging Tomato, or if I'm on The Crucible or something like that, on occasion, I'll click over to the chat because it's a chat. It's my chat mixed with their chat when we're on StreamYard. And so it's my chat mixed with their chat. And so I'll see like you guys talking shit, whatever, seeing what's going on in my chat. But then I'll also see them being like, oh, Connor's like 80 IQ. Connor's a moron. Connor's this, Connor's that. And then I'll occasionally pop off and I'll be like, okay, well, what about this? What about that? And then what happens also is when we do the call-ins afterwards for the panel show, the people who do show up are mouth-breathing R slurs who are incapable of putting sentences together. or they legitimately have ADIQ and have difficulty understanding complex concepts, and or they are actually that's the only people that show up. Oh, or they don't show up. That's the other thing. All the people who are talking shit, all the people who are like, oh, Connor's an idiot, Connor's an idiot, Connor's an idiot, he's such a dumbass, he should kill himself, this, that, the other. They just don't show up. And so it's like, you have all the balls in the world to talk shit in chat, but you won't show up into a voice call. And then if you do show up into the voice call, it's the dumbest people imaginable. Okay, then why would I take you seriously? Right? And so Hasan Piker, specifically, watching DGG chat in order to get triggered is kind of like a rookie move. I'm not going to lie. It's funny. It's entertaining. But that's where I think DGG tried to milk Hasan as a lol cow, because they do know that Hasan Piker disproportionately looks at people who are critical of him. Christian Blair says, when did Connor show up to a voice call? Mostly after the Raging Tomato stuff. Like Raging Tomato, and it's not Send Patriarch, it's something else like that. Real Jeezy. I forget, man. It's the guy with the AI videos that do like the AI Crusader Clash of Ideas, the Clash of Truth. I forget what it is, but he has this like AI video thing that he does in the intro and outro, and he does a panel scene after the debate as well. And people are allowed to join. And once again, like the harshest critics in chat do not show up. Speakeasy, thank you, Speakeasy. Yeah, Speakeasy show, on Raging Tomato show with Andrew, the critics didn't show up afterwards. They didn't show up afterwards. So, yeah, didn't I after the Wilson debate? Yeah. I mean, I could be misremembering, but typically after the right-wing debates, I stick around afterwards an extra hour or two, hoping that people will show up, and they just don't. Anyways, quick show, like the stream, share it with your friends, engage with chat, super chats if you got them. We do have an hour left on the goal. I understand it's after Christmas. We just have Fell Runner with a super chat so far. So it's after Christmas and it's a chill day. So if you don't have any money in your pocket, that's okay. I would rather you keep your money, maybe donate it tomorrow when we're home on the home channel. But if you do, like the stream, share it with your friends, engage with chat. There's lots of cool and interesting people in chat. Super chats if you got them, memberships if you got them. Parasocial, love you. Thank you for being here. I like this video a lot so far. I know it's only like 15 minutes and it's intro shit that we've already been through, but the editing is really, really, really good. The memes are really, really, really good. And so I'm having a good time.
The thing is, Hasan doesn't actually have a problem with Destiny's chats. At least most of the time. He loves how rowdy his fan base is.
Dude, your fans are crazy. They're awesome. They love you. And
stream tomorrow? Oh, is tomorrow Saturday? Never mind. I mean next Tuesday. My bad.
Yeah,
they can be a little eccentric sometimes.
No. I have no problem with them. I think they're dope.
Okay.
I'm jealous of how you've cultivated such a rabid fan base.
Oh, I mean, it took like 9 years to do it. So.
Yeah, no, it makes sense. I think like live streaming is a good format for that, I guess.
The problem is that they're now critical of Hasan, something he can't stand. Something you'll quickly learn about Hasan is that he responds poorly to criticism, despite trying to portray himself as a tough guy who seeks it out.
I've gotten numb to the criticism. Like as a matter of fact, I seek it out now because I make content out of it. I think it's funny and fun.
Throughout this debate,
it's funny and fun when he gets one guy by his chat and he freaks the fuck out for 40 minutes. Yes. Good job, Hasan.
Things get pretty heated, with Hasan commonly referring to Destiny as a reactionary. Destiny at one point hangs up on Hasan due to them constantly talking over each other, though he soon joins back in. Hasan slowly walks back some of his previous positions, though it's done with as much hesitancy as possible.
I am so defeated, dude. Like you've owned me into oblivion, Destiny. I'm at it's 10:30. I still haven't eaten anything yet. What did I say?
Okay, listen, I love you very much. We don't have to go through this whole thing, but like,
no.
Initially, listen.
There was also an infamous moment on the Raj Royale, a show put on by one of Hasan's friends, where Destiny steals Hasan.
Dude, look at the classic people in this picture. I don't know who Emiya is, but Emiya's here. I don't know who Reynard is. I don't know who Guest is. I don't know who West BTW is, but I think I've heard the name. Here's Casey Tron. another rando, John Zerka, Hasanabi, Lord Kirk, and also West. And then also, I think in this clip, I'm just going to make a prediction. I think in this clip, they're like, Hasan explains like systemic racism. You want me to take a look at who Wes BTW? You don't know who Wes is?
Thunder.
No. You want to take a look? Wes BTW. Wes, by the way. God, that fucking tea is hot. Queen of the Ring. Wes BTW. $1.33K subscribers. So is that 1,330,000 subscribers? Or is that 1K subscribers? Well, it looks like he's a gambling streamer now, guys. It looks like he's a gambling streamer now. Wes BTW never disappoints on DGG panels, uploaded 2 years ago. Wes has tested positive for HIV. Me calling Wes Winnie the Pooh 5 years ago. Dude, why am I supposed to know who Wes is? Dude, these I mean, these thumbnails are awesome. I'm not saying these thumbnails aren't awesome, but like, why am I supposed to know who Wes is? The viewer, and by the way, I don't think that's 1.33K subscribers. I don't think that's 1 million. I think that might be. I think that might be. What is this? 1.33K. That would be 33,000. But why would it be 1 point? Why isn't there like a zero here? I'm so confused. All right, anyways.
In these ways, minority people can't really exercise racism against majority people because they don't really have the status or the power in society in order to do so.
I vote for Destiny. It's like I wish Destiny could just come in at the beginning and give us the right answer right away instead of making us wait.
So we didn't have to list a fucking Hasan.
Yeah.
Hasan did like, yeah, 1,300 subs. I'm sorry. Am I supposed to know the guy with 1,300 subs? No, that's not to dog him. I mean, we all start someplace. Also, people, some people are huge on some platforms and not bigger on other ones, right? Some people are like huge on Twitch or huge on Kick, or huge on Rumble, but they're tiny on YouTube. So like, I'm not trying to like knock them being like, oh, 1K Andy. Like, I'm not really trying to do that. I'm just trying to say like, I know who Atrioc is, right? Two Hinge, Destiny has a higher IQ than all of them combined. Yeah, this is why this is a funny moment, because Hasan does like a 5-minute explainer of systemic racism, and everybody's like, and then Destiny comes in and he does the 30-second explainer, and everybody's like, oh, that makes sense.
Yeah, it makes me feel like we have the cheat sheet right here.
Honestly, like,
it's funny because like the only
it's
way
such a fucking retarded thing to say. Like, I'm sorry, but like, if you can't comprehend the fucking shit that I'm saying, it's on you. Okay, I'm doing as best as I'm doing.
Hey, yeah, Wes.
You said the R
He
word.
literally said the exact same thing that I just said. Like, what the fuck are you guys talking
You can
about?
say we turn on Twitch. Setup and says it all the time.
Fuck Twitch then.
No,
Though the final straw was their debate in November 2019, which stemmed from Destiny's use of the gamer word.
So Christian Valeris, we've watched the N-word saga once before, and I asked like, should we do it again? And Christian Valeris like, no, we already did it. But the N-word saga is so funny, and I don't think I was mind mapping at the time. I would mind map so hard on this one. There was this creator named Cormentine, streamer. There was this like this like black streamer. Somebody could remind me of his name, but there was this guy named Cormentine. There was another streamer that's like, I'm the hood left. I'm from the streets. But like whenever he said like, I'm hood left. I'm from the streets. What he means is he just did like death threats on live stream. Oh my god, I forget that guy's name. Hood left streamer. I forget who this guy was, but anyways, like these two like black streamers come on to stream and they're like, "Hey, Destiny, I heard you use the N-word in jokes in private. We don't like that." And then they debated for like 2 hours about whether or not you can make like Dave Chappelle style jokes yeah. This is the Game of Thrones prequel show. Yeah, dude, this is like the N-word saga is like what is it? The new Game of Thrones is like the House of the Dragon or something. What is it? New Game of Thrones prequel, House of the Dragon. What's it called? Yeah. So the House of the Dragon, the N-word saga is the House of the Dragon to our current timeline. You know, we did for those of you who don't know, we did a Game of Thrones drawing where J Stock's rebellion, we analogized it to Robert's rebellion in the Game of Thrones timeline. And weirdly enough, there's my active shooter drawing. Here's my white nationalist drawing. Here's my Jeffrey Epstein summary. Here's the techno-futurism that I want to achieve. Here's the border security that I want. And then here it is. Here it is. This is the Game of Thrones drawing. So why I think it would be so funny, we're not going to go back and do the N-word saga. Probably not anytime soon. But why I think it's so funny is because we analogized all of these players to random characters from like Game of Thrones based off of their personality and their participation in the drama and this, that, the other. But I think it would be so funny to go back and map out the N-word saga in a House of the Dragon. A House of the Dragon analogy. And then same thing. I was thinking commentary. The commentary community, I was thinking it could be like Lord of the Rings, right? So for those of you who don't know, those of you who don't watch commentary is just drama. It's just drama for men. Okay. T channels are for women and gays. Commentary is drama for men. And there was this guy named Augie RFC who was like the dominant force in commentary for a while, where he was just like an undeniably funny, charismatic nexus where all the commentary channels, all the video essayists, all the streamers, they all hung out on Augie RFC after hours in order to talk shit. But what happened was, similar to Twitch and YouTube politics, people would backstab each other and become friends, and the relationships would fall apart, this, that, the other. And what happened was Augie disappeared and he left. He just went and got a normal life and worked a job and all that kind of stuff. And what was funny is like Chud Logic, weirdly enough, cut his own teeth in commentary. He used to be a Twitch and YouTube political guy, but now he's a commentary guy. And when Augie RFC came back, a lot of people bent the knee and they're like, "Oh, it's the return of the king." Like Aragorn, you know, like Aragorn coming back to Gondor to be the king of Gondor. And what's so funny is that Queeman and Chud Logic were denying Augie RFC his crown. And so I was thinking that it would be mad funny to do like a Lord of the Rings drawing where Chud Logic is he's the steward of Gondor. he's like the steward of Gondor, and then maybe what is it, like Queeman could be Boromir, where Gondor needs no king, Gondor has no king, Gondor needs no king. And Faramir, who is the other son of commentary, the other son of the steward of Gondor, it could be like Nicholas Diorio, because he's more okay with the king coming back. This all came to me in a dream, by the way, guys. This all came to me in a dream. All right, we'll get back into the content, but like the stream, share it with your friends, engage with chat, super chats if you got them, memberships if you got them. Cole James Cash. Yes. Oh my god. Oh my god. Okay, sorry. I got to let Rob's media summarize the drama. Let's let Rob summarize the drama real quick.
During the aftermath of this, Hasan would crash out on stream at a slight jab Destiny made towards him.
Nothing I do is performative. So I'm not going to, for instance, I'll use Hasan as an example. I'm not going to talk to a black person like Trihex and say, hey, the N-word, it's always that. You think black people...
What a fucking liar, dude. What a fucking Weasley little liar, dude. What a fucking Weasley little liar, dude. Holy shit, dude.
Excuse me.
Holy fucking shit, dude.
Ever since 2019...
Let me summarize that because I don't think Rob actually summarized it. So, once again, Destiny has a cold take, an ice cold take. Hey, if you have friends who are not racist, you can go over Dave Chappelle jokes and skits and say the N-word in private, and it's not a big deal, and nobody should care. And so 2 black creators took that personally. So they decided to jump him on stream. Hasan, they're like trying to fight him on it, but Destiny is standing his ground and talking shit back and, fighting them. And he takes it on the chin at first, but then eventually he gets spicy and he starts making them look stupid. Hasan Piker jumps in and tries to also make Steven look stupid. Doesn't succeed. And then in the aftermath, Hasan goes and hangs out with Destiny's co-host on a podcast. I think it's Trihex. And then convinces Trihex that actually Destiny's a racist and he's a bad guy and Trihex shouldn't hang out with him anymore. So Trihex has this really sad, weepy conversation with Steven where he's like, man, I know that I said that I knew that you made racist jokes last week and I didn't have any problems with it and I was laughing about it. But Hasan Piker talked to me for 45 minutes on stream now. And now I'm really sad that you make racist jokes in private. And Destiny was like, So their relationship imploded. Now, apparently they're still friends now. They became friends again after some time had passed, but that was a funny moment. And then Hasan Piker crashed out because Destiny emerged from the drama unscathed. God, what a funny time. And then people are bringing up in chat that it's Cole James Cash. That was the Hood Left guy, where Hood Left was just going onto Twitch and making death threats to other creators. That's Hood Left. Hood Left is when you do death threats on Twitch.
Hasan has attempted to rewrite history, removing Destiny from it like Stalin did to Trotsky, though fans who remember are quick to remind him.
Are we allowed in here, y'all?
Destiny made you.
You good?
Fucking loser.
Probably the most famous Hasan controversy was his statements regarding September 11th, 2001. In August 2019, Hasan was reacting to episode 1337 of the Joe Rogan Experience featuring Dan Crenshaw, current US representative from Texas. He gets quickly enraged while watching the episode, as Joe and Dan discuss military bases in foreign countries.
America deserved 9/11, dude. Fuck it. I'm saying it.
We're there to partner with them. We're not there doing our own thing. We're there partnering and training
In a video
and
game.
equipping and enhancing their capabilities. So that's part of what we're doing. And the other part is just knowledge. We want to know what's happening.
We fucking totally brought it on ourselves, dude. Holy shit. We did. We fucking did in a video game.
Now, some of his fans like to present this as Hasan being rationally angry at Dan, making an argument that America's imperialist tendencies made it justifiable for outside forces to attack us. But in reality, Hasan was disengaged from the conversation and was having a roid rage moment. Leading up to the infamous clip, Joe and Dan were discussing the importance of American military bases, explaining why they're crucial to foreign relations.
So many people that have, a cursory understanding of foreign policy, they look at our military bases overseas and they say, hey, let's bring those people back. Let's end these wars. Let's stop spending this money. But you're not the only one that's told me this, and particularly not the only one that's told me this that has a military background, saying it's virtually impossible to prevent any of this stuff without having bases over there.
That's 100% right. Yeah. I mean, and you need that relationship with the host nation, of course, that you want to partner with. And that's generally what we do, especially in the special operations community. When we're in 100+ countries, we're there to partner with them. We're not there doing our own thing. We're there partnering and training and equipping and enhancing their capabilities. So that's part of what we're doing. The other part is just knowledge. We want to know what's happening. If we don't know what's happening, why do we have embassies everywhere?
Now, Hasan could bring
From a neocon perspective, this is so sane and normal and rational. And the fact that Dan Crenshaw has had to play footsie with the MAGA base for the past like 5 to 10 years has been so frustrating. It's like since World War II, we have tried to prevent World War III. And yes, people have died. Obviously, Vietnam, kind of a blunder. Iraq, kind of a blunder. Plenty of people have gotten murdered. Plenty of people have gotten killed. Plenty of people have gotten slaughtered. Yes. American military adventurism, not good. But 90% of American military operations overseas are training indigenous forces to do counterterrorism and intel operations. And as Dan is pointing out, when we have a military base in Qatar, for instance, the United States military service members are not going into Qatar, going out into the civilian centers, attacking random people, shooting random people, kidnapping random people, murdering random people, murdering people. They're staying on base 90% of the time. And then the 10% of the time that they go out on town, they're pretty respectful because they don't want to cause an international incident and get kicked out of the country. And then not just that, when they're on base, they're training locals. They are working with local security forces. They're training local law enforcement. They're training local military. They're training their special forces. They're providing them equipment that way they can enhance their capabilities. They're coordinating with like intel services within that country. That way they can find out what jihadist organizations are there. All that kind of stuff. And Bud123 says, my Marine buddy trained Africans how to fight when he was deployed, but he never saw combat. Yeah. And they call it like foreign internal defense. It's something the Green Berets do. It's something that the Marine Corps does. And effectively, you're training their security forces to be able to do what American military members are able to do. And the gap between the American military service members and foreign militaries is so large that even getting them basic skills makes them way more competent than they were 30 seconds before. So anyways, like foreign internal defense, sometimes I joke about it with chat, but like I want to invade Central and South America, or I still want the American empire, but I would do it more effectively. When I say I want to do it more effectively, foreign internal defense is what I want to do. I want to train every person overseas who wants to be a part of the free world on how to fight, how to do intelligence operations, how to do counterintelligence operations, how to run their own security. That way they have a stable world. I thought that was the main thing for the Green Berets. It is. Keeper Bill Stein says most lefty civilians believe every foreign base is identical to the situation in Okinawa. Yeah. And that's what I would say is like Okinawa is a more heavy-handed presence than a lot of other places. I can speak to that specifically because I've been to Okinawa. Grassroots for 20 says, Merry Christmas. Also, Patriarch is wrong and Carex's is clearly better than Sunfire. We stand a long neck noodle boy in this house. I don't know what that means, but thank you for the super chat.
Bring up a decent counterpoint and refute what they were saying, but he'd rather froth at the mouth about how 3,000 innocent people needed to die to prove a point.
America deserved 9/11, dude. Fuck it, I'm saying it.
Hasan doesn't even let Dan finish his point, as he goes on to address concerns related to American imperialism.
So, and again, I'm not. I think it is reactionary to just assume that we have bad intentions all the time and that everything is America's fault. I hear that constantly, mostly coming from the left, but that isolationist sentiment certainly comes from the right as well. And
damn, it's almost like Dan Crenshaw isn't an arsler. At least he wasn't an arsler 8 years ago.
And it's a reaction. It's a reaction to the Iraq War and some of the mistakes we made there.
Beef Supreme says what Connor is describing is exactly how the Taliban rose to power, got training to weapons, and then used it against us in the future. Nope. Wrong, Beef Supreme. We didn't train Taliban. We trained Haqqani Network. And Haqqani Network and Taliban are allies, but they're not the same thing. Not just that, but the Haqqani Network is also not Al-Qaeda. So Al-Qaeda didn't benefit from the CIA training jihadists in the Mujahideen. Like the Mujahideen benefited from their CIA contracts by getting anti-aircraft missiles, but they didn't receive complex infantry training from the CIA. The only people that did, once again, was Haqqani Network. So, like, no offense, beef, but the like, you cannot do broad strokes with this. Okay. So we didn't support Obama during the war with the Soviet Union? No, we didn't. And the fact that you typed Obama, very funny. No, we didn't support Osama. You know where Osama got support from? He got support from Saudi Arabia. We didn't train Osama. We trained Haqqani, and Haqqani didn't like Al-Qaeda. Yeah, the Taliban was trained by Pakistan. Right. They were trained by ISI, Pakistani intelligence services. And Pakistani intelligence services have been playing both sides the entire time. Pakistan, yeah, Barack Hussein bin Laden, exactly. Pakistani ISI has been playing us and playing the Taliban for like 5 decades, because Pakistani ISI, they view India as a bigger threat than the Taliban, and they want to be able to fall back. God forbid India invades Pakistan, which probably isn't going to happen, but, you know, let's say it did. If India ever got into a ground war with Pakistan, Pakistan wants to be able to fall back into Waziristan and the mountainous regions and the Taliban regions and all that kind of stuff. So that's why they play both sides and they play footsie with the Taliban. Fellow Runner says, Carter, you just need to apply Doobie logic. If Western involved, then Islamic Jihad enabled. True. And now the Taliban is biting Pakistan in the ass, how the tables have turned. True. Christian Blair says, Pakistani ISI is the only reason the Taliban were able to defeat the Northern Alliance prior to 2001. True. Beef Supreme says, I'll pull the articles later and share them in Discord. In 100 certain we supported Osama during the war with the Soviet Union. Okay, let me go ahead and Google it right now. Did the United States give training or money to Osama bin Laden? According to Peter Bogan, there is simply no evidence of the common myth that bin Laden and his Afghan Arabs were supported by the CIA financially. Federal Bureau of Investigation. After founding the terrorist, blah, 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 blah. Greetings, Americans. My name is Osama bin Laden. So anyways, you can send whatever you want to say. Here's the Wikipedia. So, I mean, read it on your own time. Send me excerpts, whatever. But it's my understanding that the CIA trained Haqqani Network, issued SAM missiles, surface-to-air missiles, to Mujahideen in general. But Osama bin Laden was a part of a different cell that received its financing from sympathetic Saudis, and that these are different militant groups. Anyways,
it's a reaction to Vietnam. That's never left the American psyche in many ways. But
my tea after like 30 minutes is still so hot that it would burn my mouth. I'm gonna go grab something to fix that.
These matters are complex, and they deserve complex reasoning and analysis and a little nuanced understanding. And I just think that's how we should look at it. We don't say that we're always right. That's not what I'm saying.
Right after saying America deserves 9/11, Hasan mocks Dan's eye, which he lost in combat 7 years prior.
Soft power is the exact same as hard power. Soft power, embassies, diplomacy, exact same thing as military bases. I can't do this. I can't do this. Guy has the understanding of foreign policy of like a 12-year-old. What the fuck? What the fuck is wrong with this dude? Didn't he go to war and like literally lose his eye because some Mujahideen, a brave fucking soldier, fucked his eye hole with their dick? Isn't that how he lost his fucking dumbass eye? Because he got his fucking eye hole fucked by a brave soldier?
Him wearing a shirt with the word molding on it is the icing on the cake. Bro just went on a rant fantasizing about Dan getting raped by terrorists. Yet I'm supposed to believe this is the progressive Joe Rogan of the left? And yes, I know his statement is a reference to the ending of Rambo 3, even though it stems from a hoax. Despite Hasan's attempts at obscuring this stream, he would still get a 1-week ban from Twitch, the longest ban he's ever gotten from the platform. Dan Crenshaw himself would respond only a day later, having this to say when he went on Fox News.
Well, wow, he was triggered, wasn't he? I mean, that is the definition of a leftist getting triggered. Doesn't like what he's hearing. He disagrees with it. Doesn't understand foreign policies. Mentioned something about being 12 years old. Yeah, I have almost 12 years of experience actually deploying overseas. So maybe that's what he meant when he said 12 years. I don't know. But he clearly doesn't know much. And when you don't know much about foreign policy, you get really mad when people disagree with you. And if you can't argue your point, you tend to insult people. And man, that is exactly the outrage culture that we have right now. He is a perfect example of it. He's trying to walk his comments back now. Good on him for trying to do that.
Dan would also respond on Twitter, mocking Hasan for being an unfunny twat, saying he's no Pete Davidson. That exact same day, a response was issued on the Young Turks YouTube channel. Cenk brought on his nephew in order to salvage his reputation, and it went as well as you could expect. It feels like a dad forcing his son to apologize to their neighbor for breaking their window.
Listen, you're on because you said some things that a lot of people, including myself, find very offensive. You did not say it on the Young Turks Network. You said it on your own Twitch channel. So we're going to take him one at a time and have a conversation about it.
Throughout, Cenk gives Hasan enough time to explain his critiques of Dan's foreign policy positions, to which Hasan explains that he was egregiously taken out of context.
You said America deserved 9/11. Did you mean that?
No, obviously not, especially considering the fact that while that is a very viral quote that is going around currently, if those people were at least even remotely charitable or cared about the actual truth of what I was talking about, they would understand that within context, I was simply referencing the fact that all of the foreign policy decisions and our arming of insurgent groups in the region and our efforts in destabilizing the Middle East have a direct consequence, a boomerang effect, rather, if you will, in causing 9/11.
But as later explained in this video, this could be because Hasan deleted the VOD shortly after his inflammatory moment. He feared right-wingers using this against him, which they did, but this essentially wiped any additional context that could have helped him here.
I know that I was inappropriate. I understand that, which is precisely why I took action immediately. As soon as I realized, like, oh, this is going to be misconstrued. I don't want this to be weaponized. I don't want this to be, I don't want this to offend.
Dude, oh my God. But this is what pisses me off about this, okay? Just own your shit. All right? Just own your shit. Hasan Piker is an anti-Western psyop from Turkey in order to get the United States civilian population to consider an anti-imperialist perspective on the United States. Wait, okay. Google. I don't even know why I typed in Google to Google. Israel maps. So you have to understand it, and I think I relatively do. I understand it logically, not emotionally. All right. The United States is over here. We're on our own continent. We're the world's most powerful economy, and arguably through multilateral and unilateral and trilateral agreements, we have positive economic and military relationships with 70% of the planet. But what happens along with those relationships, for instance, as an example, we're allies with Turkey. Turkey is a member of NATO. We share military technology with Turkey. Turkey shares limited military technology and intelligence services with us. They also play both sides, similar to Pakistan. We technically have a positive relationship with Pakistan. Like we have positive relationships or ostensibly positive relationships with all these people, but they get sick of us intervening in their shit. Now, Europe kind of resents us a little bit, but truth be told, we haven't bombed any place in Europe except for like the former Yugoslavia in almost like 80 or 100 years now. So Europe, they don't like us, but they also view us as a militaristic counterweight against the former, Eastern European bloc in Russia. So they tolerate us. They're okay with us. Whereas when it comes to the Middle East and North Africa, there's all sorts of crazy shit that went down. We don't really fuck with like Morocco or Algeria, but in Tunisia, we help support the pro-democratic revolts in Tunisia during the Arab awakening in the 2010s. In Libya, we helped assassinate the president of Libya, Muammar Gaddafi. In Egypt, we tolerated an overthrow of the military junta and the prime minister of Egypt. I actually forget his name. But then shortly after, we supported the military junta casting out the Muslim Brotherhood, who actually did win in democratic elections. In Jordan, we have a positive relationship with the Jordanian monarchy, and we support them with intel and military stuff. In Saudi Arabia, we physically secure Qatar, Saudi Arabia, UAE, Kuwait, Oman, and not Yemen. Yemen, we've basically supported a civil war. And so the whole point of this that I'm getting at, I could keep like going through the Middle East and North Africa and talking about all of our intervention. But the truth is we got fingers in a lot of pies. And when we stick our finger in something, we typically kill a few thousand people, right? So from a Turkish perspective, probably from Hasan Piker's dad's perspective, the United States keeps Turkey under our thumb for our geopolitical benefit, but then we also tie their hands when they need to fight Kurdish terrorists in southern Turkey or southeastern Turkey and in northern Iraq and northern Syria. So that's where, for them, it's like a double-edged sword of these Americans, they think that they're the police of the world and they're totally benevolent and they do all this crazy shit. But to them, like, you have to understand the massacre of Sabra and Shatila. The Sabra and Shatila massacre is somewhere in here. There's like Sabra and Shatila are somewhere in southern Lebanon. This is only a few hundred miles south of Turkey. So to them, this would be like me being in Orlando and there being a massacre in Atlanta and China being involved in that massacre. Anyways, back to it.
People,
to Steel Man why he's so passionate about it while still thinking he's a fucking idiot.
Immediately stopped the stream. I deleted the VOD, the video on demand, and I continued after that to.
So you deleted it before any right winger wrote an article about it or not?
Of course. Because look.
Of course. Scratcher 20. I love the viral quote going around currently as though it wasn't the task and purpose of the statement. At least then he knew how to cower in fear afterwards. That share in fear isn't enforced societally now. Yeah, he's gotten worse. Now, Hasan Piker like stands 10 toes down with the Red Sea crisis, which is effectively just terrorism. Demon says, did I miss the Hunter Biden interview? Nope. Still hating on Hasan Piker right now. Quick show, like the stream, share it with your friends, engage with chat, super chats if you got them, memberships if you got them.
I talk about Nazis, crypto fascists, and the alt-right quite frequently. I am vocally in defense of a lot of the things that they oppose. Okay, anti-fascism being the primary thing, which is precisely why I have a lot of people who are waiting, sniping, like looking to snipe comments out of context in exactly the same fashion that they did last night, and take it up the chain of command as quickly as possible and escalate it into a situation where I have thousands of people very publicly talking about how they want to brutally torture me and execute me.
All right. Yeah.
Which is weird, but whatever.
I mean, that's not good, but how are you any better, Hasan? Or is it different because the comments about Dan's eye were a joke? Because after rewatching the clip, it's clear that Hasan didn't say it to be funny. He said it because he was legitimately mad. Chang tries to give Hasan optics lessons, convincing him that his behavior is counterproductive to his overall goals. Making statements like that aren't going to bring people to his side. It will only cause vitriol. Hasan ignores this, as he believes focusing on optics is a waste of time.
Did you think that Americans would say, oh my God, that joke is so funny? Or like, can you not see how most Americans would say this horrible thing about his eye injury would be offensive and then stop listening to you?
If I considered what the popular thing to say was going to be every time I said something, I probably wouldn't be advocating for the things I believe in.
He then goes on to explain that he'd rather be uncivil and advocate for a morally righteous cause than attempt to be civil with someone he believes to be evil. All of this feels like an excuse for him to say inflammatory shit on stream without consequence. but it's not even the dumbest excuse he gives.
But you understand now, and not just now, but you understood fairly soon after you said it, that saying Americans deserve 9/11 is a completely different statement and one that's wrong.
No, I didn't say Americans deserve 9/11. I said America deserves 9/11.
Right, but that's
and
still
in that
wrong.
Moment, well, maybe you could chalk it up to English being my second language or whatever you want to chalk it up to.
The classic English is my second language excuse. When put in a corner, make yourself look like a dumbass to own the haters. It totally works, even when it's clear that you knew exactly what you were saying. Even if you agree with Hasan's overall position, how does this not look completely cowardly to you? This completely debunks the current narrative surrounding the 9/11 clip, that Hasan was being base and epic and saying what everyone else was thinking. It still became a meme in his community, with Hasan constantly doubling down on it to piss off his critics. The Young Turks and their many employees would receive loads of death threats, which might have been a factor in Hasan separating himself from them. Though the reason cited was Hasan wishing to focus more on his streaming career, which began to take off going into 2020. He would stream frequently, and took advantage of that year's presidential election by covering it extensively, earning him higher viewership. Though with this increase in attention, other controversies would occur more often. Hasan is the quintessential champagne socialist, someone who publicly advocates for socialist ideals while behaving like a capitalist. Hasan is way too open about his consumerist habits, which has drawn criticism.
Yeah, I'm going to read this Steelman real quick, because if we interact with the Steelman, I actually don't think that it's that spicy in the left, which is probably why the left wing, I view these comments as abhorrent. Okay. Like, Dan Crenshaw has the geopolitics of a 12-year-old. Didn't he lose his eye to a brave mujahideen raping his eye hole? Okay. That's crazy. And if Hasan Piker said that in a bar, I would hope that Dan Crenshaw was there. I would hope that Dan Crenshaw would break his fucking nose, right? That's what I would. Once again, I think there's the law, and then I think there's morality. And I think the law says that you shouldn't put your hands on someone realistically ever unless absolutely necessary in self-defense. That's the law. I think that morally, if somebody says some crazy wild shit to you and you break their fucking nose or slap them or whatever, I don't give a shit. You might spend the night in jail, but it is what it is, right? So if he heard that, if Dan heard that a brave mujahideen warrior raped his eye hole, and then Dan Crenshaw broke Hasan Piker's nose, I wouldn't care. As a matter of fact, and if Dan spent the night in jail, I'd be like, maybe that's what he needs to do, but realistically, I'm perfectly okay with that, right? Now, here's how Hasan Piker could say almost the same thing, but he wouldn't get clipped, he wouldn't get national level attention, and he also wouldn't get death threats. So American imperial apologists, like Counterpoints, who suffer the consequences of Imperium, like Counterpoints and Dan Crenshaw, should be more careful about American military adventurism because of its consequences. Okay. That's the way that you could say the same thing. But of course, you're not going to get clipped. You're not going to get national level attention. You're also not going to get death threats, et cetera, et cetera. Now, the other quote, fuck it, dude, I'm going to say it. America deserved 9/11. This is the way that you could say it if you didn't want to get straw man, clipped out of context, destroyed in the comments, have Fox News running your clips and calling you a piece of shit, and this, that, the other. American military adventurism has a blowback effect resulting in jihadist terrorism in the Western world. I think that descriptively, I agree with that statement. Okay. The reason why it hits different is because, fuck it, dude, I'm going to say it, America deserved 9/11, is because he's actually assigning, consciously or subconsciously, that there's a moral weight to this analysis, and that America has behaved so poorly on the world stage that actually having 3,000 civilians getting blown up on 9/11 is justified. That's why. Beef Supreme says, okay, so we did support the Mujahideen in Afghanistan during the war with the Soviet Union. Those Mujahideen then went on to form the Taliban later. So I actually was right, just wrong about the name. The Taliban formed the groups that supported against the Soviets. Ha, I was right. No, Beef Supreme, you don't know what words mean, okay? Mujahideen means holy warrior. That means that anybody, including the Northern Alliance, who were fighting, who are Muslim and who were fighting the Soviet Unions, were Mujahideen, okay? Mujahideen is not a specific group. That's a general group. That's like saying soldiers or militia. So saying that, no, Beef Supreme, you're just wrong. You're just wrong. It's okay. It's okay. That's fine. You can take an L every now and then. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. You can take an L every now and then. Don't worry about it. It's all good.
From multiple corners of the internet. His stat.
And yes, aka Batusai, I would say that I agree with you that he's assigning moral weight and he's effectively praising jihadists, which he has done since.
This as a millionaire has come up multiple different times on stream, with him hand-waving it away by bringing up the amount of money he donates to charity.
So how much does a person need really is not even a conversation.
All right, Beef Supreme. Don't worry, I'll get a drawing for you.
That we should literally be having at any stage, okay? But especially not this stage. And I'm not fucking saying that because I'm rich, okay? I don't give a fuck. I already give a fuckload to charity. I already give a fuckload to the government, way more than any fucking wealthy person ever does. And I don't care. I live on a basic necessity budget for the most part anyway, okay?
A basic necessities budget? Yeah, and I'm the fucking Pope. Hasan has been mocked for the sentiment since 2017, with the infamous Make the Rich Pay shirt. On Facebook, he captioned it, "What would Jesus do?" And even back then, he was getting shit on for it. Love the irony that this was probably made in a Chinese sweatshop by child slaves. Do you think he still owns this shirt? I bet it's still in his closet, haunting him like the Green Goblin mask. In September 2023, Hasan infamously tweeted, "Landed in Mexico, and immediately got detained by customs for having too many pieces of electronic equipment, for which they made up a number and forced me to pay taxes on it." Many remarked that customs made the rich pay, as Hasan always wanted, and he frantically tried to correct the record after getting community noted. He ranted about it on stream the next day, arguing how unfair it all was.
But like, if you want me to pay taxes on exactly how much it is, I can show you how much it is. These are like $100 monitors. What do you mean $1,000? And he's like, well, you can't pull out your phone. You should have thought about that before coming into Mexico. I'm like, okay, this fucking sucks. I'm like, sure, I'll pay your fucking fine, you piece of shit. I fucking slammed the credit card on the table. I'm like, fuck you. All right, go. Here, pay the fucking fine. They print out this paper. It was like 3,500 pesos or something. They fucking stamp it. And then there was another white guy in there that they were holding. And he came up to me afterwards, and they were like apparently fucking making fun of me afterwards. They were like, oh yeah, welcome to Mexico.
He only ended up having to pay $190. Poor Hasan, these millionaires have it hard. All of this would have been avoided if you just Googled the procedure for bringing a shitload of streaming equipment with you on vacation. Hasan has also been called out for his absurd luxury spending thousands of dollars on props for his room, though there's two specific purchases that get brought up to this day. One is his Porsche Taycan Turbo S luxury sports car, which he bought in February 2022 for around $250,000. Hasan did a whole stream, going through the process of purchasing the car, showing it off like a kid presenting his binder of Pokemon cards.
Get a little post up. Oh shit. La 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 la, wait till I get my money right. Whoa.
What you think I rap for, dude? What you fucking rap for? Like literally, actually. Rap fours are tight.
Though Hasan claims he's doing it for the fans, he's buying this car for them. Even though this car is rarely shown on streams, probably because he can't fit it in his room like all the other props.
Bro, this is why I do this stuff, okay? This is why I was like, I might not even buy this car in the end if it's like, you know, too much of a hassle. But like, I literally do this for that. Dude, that's the reason why I do this.
150K content? Yeah, he spent 150 grand on a car so Austin Knox can make a 30-second video.
No, literally, yeah, so we can all have fun.
That's how good he has it, baby.
So, no, I mean, I'm not even kidding. Yeah, so my community can have fun. Like, this is literally what it is.
I really hope your community enjoyed this boring 7-hour stream of you buying a car, waiting around for his bank to approve of the purchase. Though Hasan isn't able to get a loan on it due to his low credit score.
I have fucking bad credit, boys, as you know. Just kidding. It's not bad credit, but it's like not great credit. You know what I mean? Because fucking student loan payments from not 8 years ago, but like up to 8 years ago. Almost.
Oh. All right, chat, we're going to play a game, high or low.
Freaking ridiculous, dude. What, high or low what?
On your credit score.
No, we're not.
Yeah, let's do it.
I'm going to skip the Champagne Socialist section because I think we just get it, right? They say what people from the outside say, including myself, what we say is you want to decommodify basic human needs and have workers own the means of production. Well, decommodifying basic human needs is food, water, and shelter. And workers owning the means of production means that, like, if there's an entrepreneurial thing, then people own stake in the company. So why don't socialists who have it made in the sun, who are sitting on millions of dollars, why are they using all these capitalist investment vehicles when they could prove that socialism works on a micro scale? Because, by the way, China with the CCP, they don't have decommodified basic human needs and workers owning the means of production. They have a state capitalist society. Their society just has capitalism, but the state directs all of it, taxes the fuck out of it, and then uses that for a robust welfare state. They're effectively like an authoritarian Scandinavian nation. Okay. So if that's the case, why don't socialists in the Western world, if they think their system is so goddamn good, sorry for using the Lord's name in vain, but if they think it's so gosh darn good, why don't they take their millions of dollars, create entrepreneurial ventures with profit sharing, and why don't they, basically help poor people out with the decommodification of basic human needs and workers owning the means of production? And the answer is obvious, is because if you give a lot of people food, water, and shelter for free, including me, then we'll be layabouts. This is what I would do if all my food, water, and shelter was free. I would just sit around with 100 to 150 of my best friends collecting super chats. But this is not the most economically or socially productive job in the world. It's just entertainment, right? And then when it comes to creating a financial venture where the workers own the means of production, the reason why they don't do it is because it's hard. Well, you know what's more difficult? Having a murderous, authoritarian, socialist regime. And so, yeah, fuck champagne socialism, fuck Western socialists. They're a bunch of layabout, rich dirtbags profiteering off of the utopian visions of their audience that are never going to happen in this hemisphere. Not while I'm alive, anyways. So that's all I have to say about champagne socialism. Let's fast forward past that. Ooh, hold on. Here's the radicalized funnel, though. I'll jump to the end. There's a funnel that he mentions right here. Not this one specifically, but there's a clip in here that I recognize of him hanging out with Hakeem and him hanging out with Second Thought, who are also like tankies who hide their power level. I don't think Hakeem hides his power level, but Hakeem's a piece of shit Iraqi socialist revolutionary who blames all of the dead in Iraq on the United States military and not on the jihadist organizations that actually committed the atrocities. And Second Thought is a socialist who his second channel is running supercars. He drives like $250,000 cars for his side hustle channel. And so they talk about how Hasan Piker is a useful propagandist because when he's in public, he pretends to be a social democrat. And he's like, oh, I just want the Scandinavian model. I just want, free medical, free dental, robust welfare services. I just want paternity and maternity leave. Right. But then when what he's really trying to do is he's trying to radicalize them into Marxist, Leninist, vanguard, revolutionary politics. So I'm going to fast forward to that clip and let it play. Let's go.
Pratt, hiding his true power level so he can suck viewers down his pipeline.
There we go.
Just like you said, I do advocate for social democratic reforms. And I do think that in order to develop any kind of mechanism of pushback, a robust labor force that has any kind of, speaking power, any kind of fighting power to strike at the heart of the imperial core where value is generated, I think that in the short term, in order to combat against that, you have to advocate for a much lighter form of propaganda.
This is Hasan on the program, where they discuss how Hasan is doing a good job at radicalizing social democrats into their cause.
One thing you have to do is advocate for a lighter form while simultaneously still doing agitated propaganda that goes beyond
right,
social democratic ideas.
I just wanted to put emphasis on the exact point of the so-called radicalization funnel where, for example, Hasan and JT catch them while they're young, as they say, and then they start looking into this new idea, etc., and then move forwards through the funnel, get more and more informed, get more and more radicalized, and so on, can only work and can absolutely utilize, for example, the stuff that Hasan does, because Hasan does one very particular thing that social democrats that, for example, we would never call to this podcast or we would give a lot of shit to, because they cut the funnel from both sides. What do I mean by this? They introduce people to, you know, lukewarm socialist ideas, etc., and then they want to keep them there, right? Well, whenever Hasan introduces people to socialist ideas, yes, the lukewarm, not so scary sounding ones, you know, keeping your power levels low, it's hidden, and so on and so on. He does not stop them from progressing through the funnel and getting additional information and so on.
And I don't think Hasan's goal with this is to build up the revolution or whatever the fuck. This guy can barely keep up control of his own chatters. He's just pandering to a lucrative audience and radicalizing them so they stay loyal. Hasan just says what these people want to hear, which is why many like myself have referred to him as a grifter. Due to Hasan's socialist beliefs, he doesn't believe...
All right. Hold on. I got to pull this up because Beef Supreme says this is a coat map, a Connor coat map. I have saved it as the Mujahideen Beef Supreme coat map. Okay. The reason why is because earlier, Beef conflated the Saudi-financed Mujahideen, supported by Osama bin Laden, who later became Al-Qaeda, with the CIA-trained Haqqani network, who are still active in Afghanistan, who are both a part of and under the umbrella of the Pashtun ethno-religious group who went on to support the Taliban. But that excludes the Hazara Persian ethno-religious group in Western Afghanistan that also fought the Soviets, and the Northern Alliance, which does include some Pashtun, but it's mostly Uzbeks, Tajiks, and Turkmen, who are, if you take a look at a map, Afghanistan on the northern side, it borders Turkmenistan, Uzbekistan, and Tajikistan. And so when you hear an Uzbek, a Tajik, or a Turkmen, they're basically an ethno-religious group that are on the wrong side of the border, but they still have like these cultural ethno-religious ties to these northern countries, even though they choose to live in Afghanistan. Okay, don't worry about the goal. I'm not worried about it, okay? Don't worry about the goal. We'll talk about that in a second. So when you say the term Mujahideen, and you say that, oh, well, didn't the CIA train Osama bin Laden and his Mujahideen? No. Osama bin Laden is and Al-Qaeda, or what would become Al-Qaeda, was a very small slice of the pie. The Haqqani network and Al-Qaeda did not get along, and the Haqqani network are the people who were trained by CIA. They're both a part of the Pashtun ethno-religious group, but that still excludes the Hazara and the Northern Alliance. And what's interesting is that we stopped backing the Haqqani network in the 1980s, and we started backing the Northern Alliance during the war in Afghanistan. So once again, so if anybody in Afghanistan, let's say Hazara just does a jihadist terrorist attack, and they're like, oh yeah, go Iran. The United States and Israel is the great Satan, and they deserve to die. Okay. Well, I wouldn't say the CIA backed the Hazara because they backed the Northern Alliance. These are different groups, and Mujahideen is a general term for holy warriors, and it was a catch-all term for people who were resisting the Soviet Union during the Soviet-Afghan War. So what part of my claim are you saying is false? I'm saying that Al-Qaeda and Osama bin Laden were not trained by the CIA. That's what I'm saying. I think that you were asserting that earlier. I'm not going to scroll back and take a look. Anyways, in reference to the goal, don't worry. I'll reset the goal, guys. And trust me, I'm not worried about it. Okay? I'm not worried about it. Can I be very blindly transparent? I don't think you amended it at all. I think you just said I was, here's what I amended, but I'm still right. I think that's what you said. And what you said was, oh yeah, this was a part of the catch-all term of Mujahideen, so I was still right. It doesn't matter. You got little brother energy. Matter of fact, Beef Supreme, riddle me this. Number one, I think you're a boy, but are you a boy? Number two, are you a little brother, a middle brother, or an older brother, or an only child? My guess is only child or little brother. You tell me. Anyways. And don't lie to me. Don't you dare lie to me. So, anyways, I'm going to leave that alone. So therefore, what did I say that was wrong? Yeah, you said the CIA trained the people who were going to become Al-Qaeda, which is not accurate. Anyways, goalposts aside, we are actively training Grill Hottest forces, okay? So we set a goal, and I'm going to set another one. It's going to be $2 super chats or higher, 10 super chats over the course of 2 hours. We do not need to hit the goal, okay? We do not need to hit the goal. I don't know about you guys, but I'm not hurting, but I'm kind of like in recovery mode, right? There was a lot of stress leading up to the holidays. There was some, domestic issues and fighting over logistics and how are we going to do this and how are we going to do that. We spent a lot of money on Christmas, which is obviously stressful because that helps push into the bills and push into this and push into that. So that was stressful. And then also I ate 10 pounds of prime rib, horseradish butter, and chocolate and various snacks and cookies. So I think a third of my blood right now is actually like sugar, cholesterol, salt, and fat. And so I'm kind of like, I'm a little loopy. I'm a little wonky. So we set a 10 super chat goal. We got 3, 2 from Grassroots and 1 from Fell Runner. Thank you to Grassroots for oiling. Thank you to Fell Runner for chipping. I reset the goal to 10 super chats over the next 2 hours. If we don't hit it, it's not a big deal, man. This is probably the most expensive time of the month. I hope that likewise you are lethargic because your blood is filled with sugars and meats. Okay. And yeah. And so I'm not too worried about it. So I also don't care about the JXE feud. That's where Hasan Piker was reacting to somebody else's content and basically stealing their content. And when he was called down on it, he freaked out on them. Hasan the creep, he says a bunch of like sex shit that's gross and creepy. And he also like bangs porn stars and bangs all sorts of people. There's White Savior. I definitely want to watch that, but maybe not today. Political Performativity. I do want to watch. Twitch Aristocracy. I want to watch. The Forever War. I want to watch. Collargate is mad funny. Unhinged Loser. I probably want to watch. But what I'm going to do, I'm going to make this into 2 segments, I suppose. I'm just going to wrap this segment here and move into the next bit of content. And I'm just going to say, I hate Hasan Piker. I think he's a dirtbag and he can eat a wiener. All right. Now, I'm going to put this ball in your court, okay? So we already fought with Destiny last week on Friday, so if you want to take a look at that, take a look at that. There is one more thing I want to press him on, but I don't know if it makes up a whole segment, so I don't think I'm necessarily going to call him today. The one thing that I want to press Destiny on is Republicans in, what was it? Like, was it Illinois or was it Indiana? I think it was in Indiana. They had an opportunity and had the votes to redistrict the state and gerrymander the state, and they actively did not do it because the Trump administration was pressuring the fuck out of them in order to do it. And so that had like a boomerang effect where they actually stood up against the Trump administration and told MAGA to go pound sand. So if Destiny has been waiting for some sane Republicans to reciprocate with sane Democrats, is that not an indication of sane Republicans? Maybe it's too little too late. And I understand why it's too little too late. But at the same time, like, isn't Ben Shapiro rebelling against Tucker Carlson and Candace Owens? Isn't that a good sign? Isn't the neocons and the Never Trump Republicans saying, like, as soon as Trump's out of office, we're going to fight for the solar party? Isn't that a good sign? Isn't the Indiana Republicans rebelling against MAGA? Isn't that a good sign? Isn't Thomas Massey and a few other Republicans, actually most of Congress, voting for the Epstein files? Isn't that a good sign? There's like a ton of good signs that the political winds are changing. And I'm not sure if Steven has fully let go of his Republicans need to start fighting MAGA, or else I'm going to freak the fuck out. And so that's where I kind of want to press him on that, but it's not big enough to make a topic. So we got a couple of options that I think are mad funny, but I also, since we're having a chill day, since we're letting the salt, fat, oil, and sugar settle in our bodies, there's a few funny things that we could do, and then there's the serious thing that we could do, okay? The serious thing that we could do, in my opinion, is we could watch the Sean Ryan Hunter Biden interview. I could get triggered, and then the true coggers, Christian Blaris is an Oiler, and he says Hunter interview. Okay, the other options that I was going to present, even though Christian Blaris is an Oiler, and he has spoken. So we're going to do Hunter. 2 Oilers have said Hunter, so we're going to do Hunter. But I just wanted to present to you that Nicholas DiOrio did a hour and 40-minute video making fun of Frogan. Also did an hour and 40-minute video making fun of Bo Blacks. I watched both of those. I thought they were funny as hell. But I have chippers and Oilers telling me to watch the Hunter Biden interview. So we're going to watch the Hunter Biden interview. Oh, getting bullied by my chat. Bullied by my chat. Bullied. One, because we could do the short one, but I don't want to do the short one. The mathematical proof that Jesus is the Messiah. Hunter Biden, one of the most controversial figures in America, 3 days ago. Let's do that. All right, let me expand. Let me remove from screen. Let me do an intro, and let's take it from there. Hi, guys. Welcome to Counterpoints. My name's Connor. I'm a science fiction, politics, and philosophy nerd, a Marine Corps and law enforcement veteran, and I would argue a real Republican. What we're going to be doing today is we're going to be taking a look at Hunter Biden, Joe Biden's son, and somebody that my chat has bullied me about relentlessly. Hunter Biden became a lawyer. He used his family's influence in politics in order to travel the world over and in order to take donations for consultation, accruing roughly $11 million over the course of a decade, which technically is not illegal, even if it's unethical. And I've criticized that lack of ethics in taking money from foreign corrupt organizations in Ukraine and China. However, the illegality comes in where he funneled that money back to his family without paying taxes, and so he got jammed up legally for that role. There are details in reference to that I think construes corruption. However, my chat likes to bully me, number one, because they want to sweep for Hunter Biden because they think he's handsome and he has a large schlong and he lives a playboy lifestyle. And so as a result, they like the cut of his jib. They wish they could be Hunter Biden, which is why they bully me about it. But then also they correctly point out that the Trump administration and the Trump family is infinitely more corrupt than the Biden family. And therefore, who am I to complain? Now, that being said, we love to fight about it. And that's what we're going to do right now. I'm going to pull up an interview with Sean Ryan, a special forces military guy who does okay podcasts and debates. He's doing an interview with Mr. Hunter Biden about all of his controversies and alleged corruption and this, that, the other. We're going to watch it together. I'm going to scream at my chat. It's going to be a great time. Let's go.
Hunter Biden, welcome to the show, man.
Thanks, man. Big fan.
I can't believe you're a fan.
Why?
I don't know. It's wild to me that you're a fan. Yeah, man. I'm finding, so I mean, I pretty much interviewed almost everybody that's on the Trump admin now.
Yeah.
And that kind of, I think people maybe, I don't know, people got maybe the wrong impression of me that I agree with everything that side of the aisle says, and I don't. But you know, we did.
Yeah, I'm gonna get you in trouble. I got the exact opposite impression.
Right on.
Yeah.
But yeah, I don't know. There's just some, you know who else? Elizabeth Warren's team listens to my show a lot. That really, really surprised me.
Okay. So here's why. Is that you're a great listener.
All right, I'm gonna skip the glazing. I'm gonna skip National Division. Immigration, veterans, and something. Legal issues, loyalty, addiction, early life, and growing up, I'm definitely going to skip. family beliefs and reflection, Biden dinner conversation, Afghan withdrawal. Basically, all the things that I want are probably about a quarter of the way in, but I do want to see immigration and veterans, so I'm going to go there. Thank you to the people who have donated. Thank you to Vokes for the Gifted Valor Media Network membership. And Old School, thank you for the chip adding to the goal.
You know, I don't think, I guess I shouldn't, I can't even fucking say, I don't think anybody, for myself, you know, with the immigration thing, I think for me, the issue with the immigration stuff is how it's prioritized. So I'll give you an example. I know we need immigrants. I mean, we're building a studio, ice rolls through town. We couldn't get anybody to fucking work to finish building this out. And this is about 3 months old. But point being, I mean, we have to have them. You know, we have to have them. They are the, I mean, they are the worker base now. It just is
also
what
the
the fuck it
engine to
is.
our economy.
But what I will say is when it comes to the prioritization, the stuff that I'm talking about, I mean, I think for me specifically, I got no problem with immigration. And I think what's going on right now is also a fucking disaster. I think that before we go in and deport every single person that's come here, I think we need to fix the system on how you get in. It's fucked up. People can't get in. Good people can't get in. You know what I mean? But what's happened from my perspective, what I see is,
all right, I'm fast forwarding again because it just seems like Sean Ryan's going to say, hey, actually, I'm a centrist, even though I totally swept for the Trump admin leading up to the 2024, 2025 election, even though I glazed them and said that, oh, they're going to uncover Epstein, they're going to do this, they're going to do that. Actually, it turns out that they're incompetent, moronic douchebags who are fucking up the economy and actually screwing me over individually. Therefore, I'm not as big of a Trump glazer as people think I am. And then Hunter Biden's going to be like, oh, yeah, that's really nuanced, bro. That's like super base. That's super base and super nuanced, bro. That's really bro. That's so bro. That's bro. So I'm here for Hunter. So somebody said that I need to understand the early life and growing up stuff and the family belief stuff in order to understand the qualifications that Hunter Biden has in order to get the jobs that he did. So I will, because it's been a while since we've done a Hunter Biden segment, I will force myself to suffer through that section. And because these guys have like a totally different vibe that's throwing me off, I'm too caffeinated for this right now. I'm going to throw it on a 1.25, all right? Or like a 1.15 because these dudes, I am insufficiently caffeinated. They need more caffeine. As a matter of fact, they need more Coke. I rescind my previous statement saying that Hunter Biden should not have been doing Coke. He should be doing Coke before interviews.
But well, Hunter, I want to do a life expose on you, and starting from birth all the way to now. And obviously there'll be some tough questions, but I think we will hit every array of emotions out there. I think we'll get some laughs, some sadness, some happiness, some anger. And I think it's going to make a great interview. So once again, I just want to say thank you for coming. I've really been looking forward to this. So, but in other news, if you see my beef with Dan Crenshaw, he's going to sue me, Hunter.
I know
he's going to sue me.
I'm sorry, buddy.
But so you're a Yale educated attorney.
Yeah.
Can you give us a legal analysis breakdown of the Dan Crenshaw lawsuit against Sean Ryan?
Well, technically, I've been disbarred, so I have to say
I
that.
saw that.
Yeah, I have to say that. It's very technically, meaning I've been disbarred. So, look, to be serious about it, is it, like, what are you even talking about? Like, I followed this, and it's the same. I don't know whether that these people that are become so high on their own supply think, and the people that like the sucker fishes that attach to them, like these lawyers, think that in any way that sending you a bullshit letter, demand letter, was going to do anything but make you say, fucking try me. I mean, what the hell, man? I mean, look, there's a bunch of things that you could do. Like, number one, it seems to me that you potentially could sue him right now.
Really?
Yes. And that's, for instance, that's what Michael Wolff did with the First Lady, is that she continued to threaten him like they threatened me. And my response to that was, bring it on. Like, you want to go through a discovery process with me in which I get to depose you, the president, and every person that you were associated with while you were friends with Jeffrey Epstein. Like, you want to do that, then I'm willing to do that. I'm going to need a GoFundMe, but you know what I mean? But I'm willing to do that. And I never heard from them again. Okay. And I didn't say anything that Michael Wolff didn't, but they continued to send Michael Wolff letters. Whatever you think about Michael Wolff, is that Michael Wolff basically said, is that threatening someone with a lawsuit that is engaged in protected speech, particularly when who you're speaking about is a sitting United States congressman, which basically you can say whatever the fuck you want about him, no matter what. That's America. You know what I mean? Seriously, is that it's called abusive process, and potentially tortious interference, meaning that he's attempting to interfere with your business. So, but if you want to engage him, you could potentially, and I'm not positive, but preemptively sue him for fucking with you. And it seems to me that I saw his response, and I don't know Dan Crenshaw from anything.
I think Dan had a bad night.
Oh, he really had a bad night, and I don't get it. Like, what? Like, if you're gonna respond after you made a threat of a lawsuit, then you file the lawsuit. If you truly believe that you want to go through the process of sitting down for a however many day deposition and going through every stock trade that you've made since you became a United States congressman, and the information that you may have received or not received as related to the companies whose stock you're trading, along with what you said every member of SEAL Team 6 and what they said back to you when you said, I've been talking to, my boys at 6. It's like, I'll tell you what, I don't see how any reasonable person that would receive a text like that would not think, like, are you threatening me?
Mm-hmm.
I don't know anybody that reasonable, and I certainly know that there's not a jury in the world that wouldn't believe that. So the notion that that is unreasonable for you to come to that conclusion, or thought that maybe that's what he was trying to say, and anyway, it's just a number.
All right, just trying to hit it for some transformative commentary. Listen, I do not resent Dan's, or excuse me, I do not envy Dan Crenshaw's position. He's a congressman from Texas. He's relatively intelligent. He's a former infantryman who got injured in battle. He's called a neocon, saber-rattling, war hawk asshole by the Trump and MAGA isolationists. And then the neocons don't like him because he plays footsie with MAGA too much. And I count myself among those people who think that he plays too much. So as a result of trying to please everybody, in my opinion, bear in mind this is a total vibes-based assessment, but by trying to please the vet bro community, in trying to please the gun bro community, in trying to please the libertarians and the conservatarians and the MAGA and the neocons and the this and the that, he's just too all over the place in reference to his tribal loyalty. Maybe I'm guilty of this as well. But as a result, because he'll take like strong stances every now and then, but he won't actually like stand up and tell people to fuck off in a coherent way. And that's my frustration, especially if Sean Ryan's allegations are that Congress people are doing insider trading. Dan Crenshaw was saying like, oh, I've only made $50,000 from doing, congressional stock trades, and we haven't gotten a raise in 20 or 30 years. You know what would actually get me? Like, since like 2009, I don't think Congress has gotten a raise. And I think that they make like 175, something like that. And I think they have to run every 2 years. Being in Congress actually sucks. But the point is that introduce a bill, bud. Introduce a bill. Introduce a bill saying we will ban stock trades for members of Congress and members of the Senate, which might be a redundant phrase, but you know what I'm saying. But we're also going to double or triple congressional salaries. And boom, there we go. Problem solved. But the whole insider trading thing, excusing insider trading, I'm not gonna lie, it rubs me fucking wrong. The fact that Nancy Pelosi was worth like 3 to 5 million when she first started, now she's worth 212. Her husband, before he got hit with a hammer, was a stockbroker. The fact that it's common for people, there's a website called Unusual Whales. You can go to Unusual Whales and they track all the stock trading deals that Congress members do. The fact that you can just replicate the stock trades of sitting members of Congress and then make hundreds of thousands or millions of dollars, that's fucking repulsive. Okay? That's fucking repulsive. I hate that our republic is so easily bought and sold. I'm pretty sure Nancy lost money. Since when? Since when? Because I know as of a year ago or 2 years ago, Nancy Pelosi was worth around 200 million and was trading well above investment indexes. Since she got into office, what the fuck are you talking about, man? Inverse Kramer does better than Pelosi Tracker. That's pretty funny. She has more money because of her. Okay. All right. I'm just going to ignore that.
Number one, you got nothing to worry about, but it may be.
Patriarchs is bought and sold equals stock trading. Yeah. When you're talking to military industrial military industrial complex people who you're assigning to, you're assigning contracts and then you're investing in them and then you're profiting off of the contracts. Yeah. That's like insider trading. Yes, absolutely. Her husband is the reason, not Congress, though. Perils as, how do you not understand that Nancy Pelosi and her husband probably have conversations on how to invest? Patriarch's military industrial complex doesn't exist. I'm a fan of the military industrial complex. What are you talking about, Patriarch? Raytheon, Lockheed Martin, Boeing, now Anduril. What are you talking about? The military industrial complex doesn't exist. Are you fucking with me?
An opportunity for you also.
That's good to hear.
It's kind of the way that I view these things.
Anyways, I'm going to have to use the restroom in a second. Old school for the 5. Happy Boxing Day. We had smoked turkey, half a honey baked ham, a large prime rib, and 3 pounds of smoked salmon. It was me, my mom, and my girlfriend. My belly hurts. That's all that's happening right now. We're all recovering from Christmas.
I don't really enjoy legal warfare, but I got to be honest, this one, it's like, oh,
no, it's horrible.
Peril Zaz, are you Nancy Pelosi's alt? Probably because he made most of his money before anything in Congress happened. That's not even true. Are you Pelosi's alt? What is happening? Like why as a internet PFP? You have an anime PFP. Why would an anime PFP come into my chat in order to be like, no, Nancy Pelosi's base. Nancy Pelosi's the best thing since sliced bread. Nancy Pelosi lost money. Nancy Pelosi's husband made all his money before they got into Congress, which isn't even true. Hasn't Nancy Pelosi been in office for like decades? Because every time I've heard about this, you have been wrong. All right, I'm going to use the restroom and then I'm going to start Googling things. I'll be right back.
Let's do the discovery, Dan.
Yeah.
I would love to dive into your financial history as a congressman.
Yeah.
And
it's much more, by the way, and it's much broader than that.
Mhm.
Okay. I had a guy that
he's also like actively threatening to kill people online.
Yeah.
Like he threatened to kill, or he's like, if I ever see Tucker, I'll kill him.
I saw that.
And then he said, I'm not joking.
No, I know.
So why wouldn't I take, but
I don't know. See, that's the thing that I don't get is, anyway, the broader picture is this license that people think that they have, particularly in Congress, to hide behind the speech and debate clause. Now, the fact of the matter is if he had been smart, he should have gone to the floor of the House, the House of Representatives, and he could have talked about you as much as he wanted to. But the idea that he would send you a private DM with with that kind of like oblique or direct threat, who knows?
His boys at 6.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
I mean, like I don't have any insight into your world, other than having watched you, having watched the men. I just watched that interview with Jocko and a number of others that you have interviewed, many of which are right at the till of the hunt. But you don't come away. I come away with the impression of this: is the one thing that they care about more than anything is is are there the bond that they have with that you guys have with each other, and like a code of loyalty that means. And I can't imagine anyone would have been too impressed with somebody saying that publicly or privately to the member, and not just go like, "Well, that is really weak sauce, man." And I'm reading way too much into anything.
I think. Are you familiar with Polymarket?
Only from listening.
It's like a predictive.
Yeah, I mean, I literally from listening to some of the
prediction market.
Yeah,
they only give. They actually did a thing on this. They only give Dan a 9% chance that he actually sues me. So I think. I mean, we both battled addiction, right?
Yeah.
I've spent many a nights where I've made shitty decisions and woken up the next morning going, "Oh fuck."
By the way,
I think Dan did that 2 nights in a row.
Yeah, by the way, I really do too.
You know,
and so in that sense, I have a.
Harold Zaz is the new Beef Supreme, sent here to test the cardiovascular fitness of my blood system and try to kill me on stream. Jen Winkler with the 2. Wanted you to see this so badly. I think I'm going to have to watch it off stream because there's no way we're going to finish all of it. Especially with Peril Zaz trying to intentionally trigger me about Nancy Pelosi insider trading. So let's go ahead and Google some Nancy Pelosi insider trading while we're getting through it.
I have a little bit of a.
When I click the goal thing, I can't change the amount. How do y'all? Well, I don't think you would. You just super chat and that changes the goal. So you just do a normal super chat. You don't have to click on the goal in order to super chat.
Like maybe somebody in his life.
Yeah.
You know.
I feel bad for him too. I hope Dan can put the bottle down. I mean, he can't even do international travel right now because he's such a fucking lush.
Oh, is that true?
It's really bad. It's really bad.
No,
he's not allowed. He's not allowed to
how many
travel.
defamation suits I'm involved in right now? You're sucking me into another one. I can't afford it, man.
No, it's a real thing.
It's a real thing. Okay,
maybe you'll
according
get a
to
letter
Sean
too.
Ryan, I would
we'll
like
see each other in
everybody to
court.
know. Exactly. And I sued a guy. Okay, you know Patrick Byrne, the Overstock guy. Okay, he wrote this thing and said that I was the person responsible for releasing the $8 billion in sanctioned Iranian money that was being held by the South Koreans. And I took a 10% fee for doing so and put it in, bank accounts around the world. And that was the money that was used to fund Hamas's attack on Israel on October 7th, resulting in the death of 1,400 people. You know how many things people have said about me that are like, I mean, on your show, by the way.
I'm aware.
Yeah, I know you are, motherfucker. Yeah, I know. And he says this craziness, okay? And I'm like, I said to one of my lawyers, I was like, just please, can someone help me sue this guy? And anyway, I found somebody to do it and contingency. An incredible lawyer, Dick Arputlian.
Okay. So I'm not saying at this point, we obviously know that you can trade as a congressman, right? So that's not the point of what I'm doing. I just want to show you the disparate amount of money that's been made by the Pelosi family. Okay. So she's been in Congress for 38 years. And she has an annual salary of like $225,000, at least according to that. If you guys want me to Google it specifically, we can Google it specifically. But at this point, she has made over the course of 40 years, roughly $9 million. Now, bear in mind, a large portion of that has been taxed. A large portion of that has been paid on things that are like on spoilage. Spoilage might be the wrong term, but they're spent on things that should be like food. Like food is not an investment. You eat food, you're done with it, you poop. Okay, that's what happens. Now I mentioned her husband is an investment banker and she isn't even in the top 10 to 20. What are you talking about? She's in the top 3 richest people in Congress. What do you mean top 10 to 20? Also, the Pelosi's have outperformed the market by like factors of a few 100%. What the fuck are you talking about, man? I swear to God, you guys are just here to piss me off. You guys are just here to piss me off. Oh. Paul runs an investment firm. No shit. That's the point, Perils as. How often has Paul Pelosi outperformed the market? Harold says, I hate to say an ableist slur on Valor Media Network.
And we went to, and he said,
"Are you retarded?" Paul runs a venture capital firm. Wow, it's almost like they might have some contribution. I think you might be dumb. So we're going to take time out of the stream in order to address this. Okay. No. Not just outperforms the market. He outperforms almost every other investment firm on the planet. Okay. I'm going to draw this for you because this is where I think you're getting confused. Because I think you genuinely might have like a learning disability or something. Okay. So I'm going to draw this for you. Okay. Because apparently this is actually quite difficult to understand. I don't know why this is difficult to understand for you. But we'll make it happen, okay? We'll make it happen just for you, okay? So this is Paul, and this is Nancy, okay? Nancy, I think a majority of her net worth is from an IPO trade. I think it's from an initial public offering. So Google, how much did Nancy Pelosi make on an IPO offering? So Nancy Pelosi's profits from stock, including like Visa's in 2008, where her husband invested, involved significant gains like reports, blah, 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 blah. Report shows 130 million in stock profits during her political career. A new profit reveals former House Speaker Nancy Pelosi and her husband Paul Pelosi amassed over $130 million in stock profits during her congressional tenure. According to New York Post, Pelosi received a return of 17,000% over almost 4 decades representing California. This comes from do you think this is normal, by the way? Yeah, S&P is 435. Buffett is 452. Pelosi is 941. So the most famous investor in in like international history is Warren Buffett. He's a multi-billionaire who's known for playing the market as aggressively as possible. And he's increased his net worth by 452%. And according to Grimsley, Paul Pelosi has performed at 941. Perils as you're an idiot. That's the only way that I can explain this. That's okay. I'll just start ignoring you. Like literally, I'll start ignoring you momentarily. Okay. So just in case you're unclear, because I want to make sure that you know this. I can't believe that I have to draw this about this. Okay. So Nancy Pelosi gets information in her earballs from being a member of Congress. And she's like, hey, my investment capital husband, invest in these things so we can make money. And then some Grimsley or whatever said that they got like a 941% performance ratio. So let's just say doubled the performance of Warren Buffett. And then, sorry, let me take a look at this. What is the average performance of a stockbroker? No. What is the average performance of a high risk stock investment fund? High-risk funds can experience sharp downturns during market correlations. A 100% equity portfolio's worst year on record was a sales loss of over 43%. Historical average annual return. The historical average is 10%. 10%. What is Paul Pelosi's average investment return. Paul Pelosi's average investment return isn't a single simple figure, but analysis shows massive gains, with one reporting citing nearly 17,000 cumulative return on their shared portfolio from 87 to 2025, translating to over $130 million in profits, far outperforming the S&P 500, with significant recent gains in tech stocks like NVIDIA, fueling debates over congressional stock trading ethics. Okay, so they turned 785,000 into 130 million. And by the way, somebody said like, oh, Connor only cares about Democrats doing it. No, I don't. Shut the fuck up. This is bad across the board. Average annual return is 10%. And then let's annualize 17,000 over the course of, what was it, like 25 years? 17,000 divided by 25. This probably isn't the right math, but I'll do it anyways. Paul Pelosi's average annual return is, what was it? 680%. And I'll label this. Nancy, Paul Pelosi, insider info. You guys are like 1 + 1 = 2, and you guys are like, no, it doesn't. But you don't explain how. You don't explain how this isn't accurate. Okay. I know I spelled Paul Pelosi incorrect. But if she got IPOs, initial public offerings, if she capitalized on NVIDIA bubbles, 10% over 40 years is roughly 4,526%. Okay, so they quadrupled the average. Call W. So they quadrupled 10% over 40 years. Okay. Well, how is quadrupling not alarming to you? All right, hold on. I'm going to read these things because I'm assuming I'm just going to get triggered, and then I'm going to decide to ignore you guys. Like the stream, share it with your friends, engage with chat, super chats if you got them, memberships if you got them. Special thanks to everybody who's donated today. I know it's a busy time of year. I know everybody's brokies because we just spent all our money on Christmas. But Fell Runner, Jen Winkler, Old School with another one, Vokes with a gifted membership, Fell Runner, 2 from Grassroots, and another one from Fell Runner. Thank you for the super chats. We have hit 5 out of 10 on the goal. We still got 90 minutes left on our second goal. But let me just read these things so I can get triggered like a motherfucker, and then we're going to get back into the content. Patriarch says, yeah, isn't Buffett notoriously cautious? I hate you guys. Paul was a huge investor in a bunch of tech companies. How does that change a single thing that I've said? Hucknose says, just Marjorie Taylor Greene with no husband banker having her network increase 500% in 4 years. Thank you, Hucknose. Grimsley says, MTG's insider trading is disgusting. I don't think anyone here would defend that stuff either. I'm not. Christian Valeris was saying that I would somehow like call out Democrats but defend Republicans doing it. I'm not going to. If Marjorie Taylor Greene is guilty of the same things that Nancy Pelosi is, then they should share. None of this is criminal, allegedly. So they can't share a jail cell. But we should all be interested in them reforming insider trading from Congress. And the fact that I just have some random lib shit coming into my chat and being like, no, the Pelosi's are based. The Pelosi's are based. I don't know what's happening. Jen Winkler says, I'm behind, but Pelosi's husband is a trader and they already had money and she is even in the top 3 congressional traders. Yes, she is. We just looked at it. The only person that's beating her is Rick Scott. Christian Blair says, Connor doesn't agree that both Rep and Dems do this. He just likes pointing out that Dems more. Well, because Nancy Pelosi is the most famous. I hate Rick Scott. I think Rick Scott's a huge piece of shit. Jeb Cush says, so did this just happen did they just get into tech early? Yeah, relatively speaking. What's the proof of MTG insider trading? I would say a 500% return in a year. Unork says Pelosi is the Hunter Biden. Yes, bad things, but nowhere near as bad as MAGA corruption. You should compare against average Congress people's returns. Yeah, dude, you know what was so funny? We were watching a House Oversight Committee thing talking about insider trading, and there was a congressman who was sweeping for insider trading, and I was like, what's this guy's net worth? And then he turned out to be broke as balls because he just took his salary and he did nothing with it. It's actually really funny. Christian Blair says Connor doesn't agree that both Rep and Dems do this. He's just like pointing out Dems more. That's the one that I already read. I meant the opposite. Sorry. Sure. You know, Pelosi is the Hunter Biden. Yes, bad things happen. That's the one I already read. The financial literacy is off the charts. It's also more recognized by a vast majority of Americans that Nancy is one of the worst, given Republicans never stop talking about it. Fatsimo, $600K to $25 million in 5 years. Huck knows. So the same evidence as Pelosi. Our Congress should only be allowed to invest in index funds. Period. America makes money. They make money. No options, just stock. I'm with Grimsley. I only support insider trading if I'm the one doing it. Perils as, because, dude, Perils as, I think you don't know what words mean, because all the tech companies are the biggest earners. What does that change about anything? If Paul Pelosi has outperformed the market by 4x, and we're talking about like cumulative, and I'm just taking that off of somebody in chat saying that 10% over 40 years is like 4,000. Whereas the Pelosi's have gotten like 17,000. So they've outperformed the market by 4x. And then if the annual return rate, which by the way, I know this is not accurate, but I'm just saying, but 10% annualized, 17,000 divided by what, 25 years? Because they said that they got rich over the past 25 years, not the past 40 years. If I take his total success rate over the course of 25 years and I divide it by 25, because that's when they started investing aggressively, it's almost a 700% ROI. Why is that not alarming to you? The shit about MTG isn't true either. They counted her construction company valuation in her after, but not her before, even though she claimed it before too. Okay, still. Dude, I have no idea. Yeah, Perils as, I think, you know what? I don't even think Perils as is Nancy Pelosi's alt. I think Perils as is Destiny's alt. I think this is Destiny's alt, and Perils as just jumped in my chat to see if they could get me to stroke out. Because one large investment was into NVIDIA before COVID and would drive their portfolio 1,000%. Okay. They also got hit with they also did an IPO, an initial public offering, which my understanding of an IPO is that a company does a private sale first, but then they go public. So effectively, if you're a rich or powerful person, then you can show up to the IPO with the expectation that when it goes public, it's going to increase in value. And then you can either hold on to the investment if you think that it's going to last for a long time and continue to increase in value, or you can sell it for a profit. Call W says, but yeah, Congress should be required to put all their investments into a blind trust. Okay, it seems like there's enough people in chat that I should just move on and not be triggered. But Perils as is doing a very good job of triggering the fuck out of me. Huck No says, so more evidence that a few stocks drove their portfolio and using the 10% annual returns doesn't really fit. Yeah, but you understand how that makes that worse, right? Like if they only hit the lot, if they were successfully trading every single year with high ROIs, that would be indications of some level of skill, right? Because they have to do it year after year. Whereas if they made the vast majority off their money off of 2 or 3 trades, that indicates that it's more likely that it's inside information. So I don't, all right. I'm yeah. Okay. You guys are triggering the fuck out of me. Let's get back to the content.
He said, I'm going to get him and I'm going to go after him. And this is Byrne. He goes on all these shows and he says he has tapes and he has the FBI informant and he has the former DEA agent and he's got the Iranian spy who he's going to bring in. He doesn't even show up to the trial. He refuses to come to the trial. He fires all his lawyers the day before we're supposed to begin picking a jury. He doesn't produce anything. Okay. He literally doesn't produce anything. A default judgment is filed against him. And, but now I'm like 2 years into this. I mean, it's been since.
Are you serious?
2 years into this and we still don't have a full thing. And and the court is going to decide about punitive damages. And so in between the time he gets the default judgment and the court is to decide, he goes back on Alex Jones and repeats the entire thing over.
Are you serious?
Over again. Yeah. They just do this stuff with impunity. But the whole reason I tell this story is your instinct is right. It's awful. Litigation sucks. I've been tied up in criminal and civil and in court. And, I mean, like I got, I don't know, 14, 15 million dollars in debt that I have no idea that how I'm going to be able to pay off.
Christian Valeris, 1.25 or 1.5, please. I just bumped it to 1.25. Thank you for the super chat, King. We're at a 6 out of 10 on the goal. Thank you, guys. Thank you to your chips and your oils, especially this time of year. And then what I would say is that, this is one of the things that frustrates the shit out of me, too. As a matter of fact, I'm going to draw this because you guys have pissed me off about this so much. So him being individually bankrupt doesn't really matter. You know why? Because his family can provide for him. His family can provide food, housing, shelter, cell phone, TV, cable TV, travel, all that kind of shit. And it can just be money that's gifted to him on a needs basis. He doesn't need to get out of debt. He can accrue this legal debt. He can accrue whatever debts he has. He can declare bankruptcy. And he's what? He's like 50 or 60? Well, I mean, I have to assume he's in his 40s or 50s now. If he's in his 50s, he'll be bankrupt. It'll hit his credit. But after 7 years, all that shit's going to disappear. And then his family can reimburse him for all the money that he threw into their accounts. So yeah, like him saying like I'm $15 million in debt for legal fees, that doesn't mean shit to me.
I have, millions of dollars in debt. That, nobody's riding to the rescue for Hunter Biden. My dad, entered the presidency as the poorest man to ever take the office, and he left the presidency, not poorest. I mean, which he's fine, but we have no generational wealth. I don't have any, despite what these guys say, like there's no billions of dollars buried underneath my
Yeah, it's 11 million over the course of a decade.
Dad's house in Delaware. And so what I think these people rely on is they are so, they either have the money and they just hire people to go harass people through the legal process. Like Trump does that a lot. I mean, that's for real. Or they just don't care. And because litigation, even civil litigation, like what you're talking about, it just overwhelms your life.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, the depositions that you have to sit through and they prepare for, and then you got to go through, if you're suing for damages, then you got to sit down with a psychologist of their choice to go through your entire life. And, it puts you in a really uncomfortable position. And then you're dependent upon the idea that your lawyers are going to have, be able to make it through the process, the motions process and the motions practice. And, and 3 years later, you wake up and you go, what the fuck did I do this for? And so my suggestion is that I think that you got the response. I think you won already. Okay. And I know that you didn't enter this with the intention of winning anything, is that you were stating a fact based upon your own personal experience. And obviously the personal experience of some of the people in the community that you come from that have a real disdain for this guy and the way that they were treated by him in his position of authority. And so you speak a truth, what you believe to be a truth, or ask a question that's worthy of asking about anybody that is in a position of power, which is the right of every American to do. And you do that. And his response is to send you a letter from his lawyers to tell you he's talking to his boys at 6, and then to get on and saying, that you're a liar and this and that. And so we'll just let it go now.
And challenge me to an interview?
Yeah.
The funny thing is, Hunter, I invited him on the fucking show in the original thing. And then after that, he challenges me to an interview. It's like, well, Dan, you didn't really have to challenge me. I know you feel tough doing it. I'm sure you feel real tough doing it in front of your, 6 followers that aren't bashing you right now.
Yeah.
But I already fucking invited you, so you didn't have to do that.
Yeah, exactly.
Huck Nose says evidence of him throwing money into their accounts when all his tax returns are public. Yeah. Huck Nose, yeah, that's where he got into trouble, because he was giving gifts to his family members untaxed. That's how he got into fucking trouble. What are you talking about?
I mean, that's my point, is that if he thought that there was a value in him actually sitting down with you, then he can get on a plane like I did, fly his ass into Nashville and come to the studio and sit down with you, And so I don't think that's going to happen, though, Sean.
We'll see. Man, I fucking hope it does.
I'm just taking bets. We'll have to look at Polymarket after this.
I know, right? I think they're going to do another one. I'll bet they do another one.
Well, actually, what we're going to I want to look at is Polymarket right now, of whether or not you're going to get canceled after you air this interview with me.
I'll bet the answer is no.
No, I bet you. I hope so.
But all right, Hunter, I want to get in
I want to get into your story. So everybody starts with an introduction. Hunter Biden, son of the 46th president of the United States, Joe Biden, and the late Nelia Biden, and the anniversary of her death is tomorrow. That happened
18th, 2 days.
53 years ago.
Yep, that's right.
I'm really sorry, man.
Yeah.
And survived a car accident in 1972 that killed your mother and babysitter. Worked as a lawyer, businessman, lobbyist, and naval officer. A recovering drug addict who's been sober for over 6 years. Like I said earlier, congratulations.
Thanks, man.
You've turned art into a form of therapy and recovery from addiction. Author of the best-selling memoir, Beautiful Things, happily married to Melissa, and you're a father of 5 children. You have lived one of the most scrutinized, polarizing, and chaotic American lives of the last decade. So once again, welcome to the show. And just a couple of things to crank out. Everybody gets a gift. A couple gifts. So those are the Just League gummy bears made here in the USA, up in Michigan, legal in all 50 states. So you're not going to sabotage your sobriety. But and then I got just
these. Are these? What's the principal ingredient in these?
It's just sugar.
Okay.
It's literally
Okay,
just
sugar,
sugar.
man.
Now, I was going to do CBD gummies because I have sleep problems.
Yeah.
And then my marketer was like, "You're going to get sued for catering CBD to kids and gummy bears." And I said, "Fine, we'll just do fucking."
I'm all for sugar, man.
Right on.
Yeah, thank you.
And then I got you something else. And this is, so I know you grew up Catholic. I don't know where you stand today, but that is from one of my friends, a really good friend of mine over at SEAL Team 6, was at SEAL Team 6, and he has since retired, and he calls those the Warrior's Rosary.
I love this. Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
It means the world to me, for real.
You're welcome. And I carry one of those around with me everywhere for protection. In fact, mine's in my pocket right now. So
Thank you. My dad wears one on his wrist.
No kidding.
Yeah, so he says.
Right on. I have a Patreon account. It's a subscription account.
Oh my God, let's go, Sean. Holy crap.
I mean, descended upon me. Like, people say, you must be used to this. Your dad's been in politics all life. There's nothing that I've ever experienced, or I know anybody else that's ever experienced. I mean, I was on I think the cover of the New York Post more times in one year than anybody in the history of the paper going back to like 1780, and none of it was good.
Are you serious?
Yeah,
I didn't know that.
At one point, the New York Post was publishing like 2.5 articles about me a day.
Wow.
For like months long period of time. And again, none of it was good. And then you had Daily Mail and you had the whole kind of right. Anyway, my point being is this, is that there's scrutiny, and then there's just like complete and utter, like, living in a glass house naked, with the lights on 24/7. And that's what it was like. And so it forced me to make a decision, particularly in early recovery, which was this. When I wake up in the morning, do I want to live or do I want to die? And when you choose to live, it's not that you realize you're making the choice not on your terms, on life's terms. I choose to live on life's terms. Whatever comes my way is I got to make a choice, because
Yeah, Roaming Ronan, we're already at 125, bud. This is just their cadence. Like, I know it's drier, and I know we've taken like I'm gonna chop out the past hour of content, because you know what happened is Peril Zaz triggered me about insider trading on Congress, and they've done intros where they glazed each other. Okay, so that's all that's happened so far. And then I've drawn a drawing, so I might actually just cut out like the past like 40 minutes of content. Peril Zaz, it was the Jews. Yeah, probably. So anyways, here's my drawing so far. I'll start labeling them in a moment. But Peril Zaz, who derailed the stream? Yeah, yes. So anyways, here's Joe. Here's his new wife. His wife died. His son died. Bo died of cancer. Then his daughter died in a car accident with the mom. He got remarried. He had another daughter. And then Hunter, I think, is the only boy that's still alive. And he hooked up with his brother's widow and got her hooked on drugs. Then he gave hundreds of thousands of dollars to his brother's widow, untaxed, for her nonprofit. And then gave hundreds of thousands of dollars to his niece and nephew, untaxed. That was part of the IRS case. Then he also gave hundreds of thousands or millions of dollars to his uncle, who who took the money and put it into an investment firm. And then I need to draw this as well, where there's at least like 2 or 3 shady characters that Hunter was trading with. And so when you're talking about this stuff, you guys can, I don't know, you guys can sweep if you want. I don't care. But there's some things that are just undeniable. And what's undeniable is that Hunter Biden was groomed to be a lawyer. He traveled internationally in order to be a legal consultant and a DC consultant. Weren't basically all those done via his job? What the fuck do you, what do you think his job is? It's consultation, right? You show up and you give people advice. I've done consultation. Okay? But saying, oh, he took $11 million from corrupt entities, and then he pocketed some of it, and then he gave it to his friends and family so that they could enrich themselves, saying, oh, didn't he do that at work? Yeah, no shit. What point do you think you made, Perils as? What point do you think you made? Dude, you're the new Beef Supreme. Congratulations. You're the new Beef Supreme.
And when I say live or die, I mean this, is that I still am absolutely certain that if I touch a drink or a drug, I'm dead. It's a matter of life and death for me. Now, I think that you can relapse and people have been able to, but I don't think that I can. And
corrupt entities, is that Burisma? That's one of them. The other one is the Chinese energy company. So give me a second. Peril is right. What is Peril right about, Patriarch? Feel free to articulate it so I can lose my mind on you too.
And so I was given that gift of utter, complete desperation to remain clean and sober. And you've been through it, and that's a beautiful thing to have. And the other thing that it did for me is it forced me on a daily basis to realize how fucking lucky I am. You know, I don't know. I mean, I talk about it in my book, but I was making a decision on a daily basis to kill myself, but it was the coward's way.
How would you have done it?
Well, drinking and drugging to the degree that I was drinking a handle of vodka a day.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, which is worse than, the amount of crack that I was smoking. The problem with the crack is the positions that you put you in order to get it. That was the most dangerous part about the crack. The most dangerous part to my physical body was alcohol.
He did this in the last interview that we watched too, where he was like, yeah, man, the most dangerous thing I was doing was alcohol. It wasn't the crack cocaine. And I know he's not trying to, but it does sound like he's trying to like rehabilitate cocaine and rehabilitate crack cocaine. And like he did that in the last one.
By far and away, in terms of the way in which it impacts every organ in your body. It's the only drug that you can die from other than benzos or withdrawing from. And so that's what I was doing to myself. And when I accepted the miracle of believing that there's something greater than myself that could help me get clean and sober, I lived in with that realization at the front of my brain every morning that I woke up, and still do. So, despite the perspective that anyone would have from the outside world,
if you grew up in
understandably, whether you love me or you hate me, I would suggest if you hate me, you don't know me, get to know me, then you can hate me.
then you dedicate yourself.
Regardless, is that it has been the last 6.5 years.
God, I hate you guys. Anyways, if you're going to make me suffer with this, where I had a bunch of Oilers and Chippers who said that I needed to watch this and take the correlated psychic damage, and if Perils As is going to be trying to trigger me to the point that I kill myself, then I'm going to watch this clip of Big Bungie, who is a drama commentary streamer who's so edgy that he's been banned from YouTube, and now he has an alt channel. And so this is a re-upload talking shit about Xander Hall. But he has this like hilarious Trump clip in the beginning where Trump is making fun of Joe Biden for having dead family members. And if you're going to make me suffer, I'm going to make you suffer. So let's do that.
to a 200 viewer Twitch stream and die early. That's Xanderhall. That's who Xanderhall is. The reason for the major increase in political content comes down to the 2016 election and Donald Trump. Donald Trump simplified politics massively because he was funny. Joe, shut up. Joe, you got L-Riz, skibbity toilet Riz. You get zero gets in Ohio. I get so many gets. In Ohio. I was in Ohio just last week. I got so many gets. And then there's your son. I took one look at your son. I said, Joe, he's gay. Your son is gay. Your daughter's dead. She died in a car crash. Tragic, absolute tragedy. But she's dead. El Bozo, rest in piss. Our politics is filled with midwits who don't know what they're talking about.
Christian Flair says this isn't good for the viewership. Hey man, if I cared about viewership, we wouldn't be watching Hunter Biden right now. Because once again, all we've done is we've watched Hunter Biden and Sean Ryan glaze each other. Somebody insisted that I had to watch the early family part. And then all that's happened so far in watching the family part and then also watching this so far is all it's done is you guys are just trying to justify things that I describe. Okay. Like I describe, I'm like, Hunter Biden got a law degree so he could work with corrupt foreign entities in order to launder money back into his family. And you guys are like, yeah, but he has a law degree, which is how he's able to take those payments. You understand that we don't disagree on what we're describing. I just think it's more corrupt than you do. That's all that's happened. You guys like keep raising these objections and these objections change nothing.
Despite everything that has gone on, has been the most incredibly difficult but fulfilling period of my life. Yeah, I feel I know myself better than I've ever known myself in my whole life.
Yeah, corruption, dishonest or fraudulent behavior by those in power, typically involving bribery. So what happens is tit for tat or quid pro quo. Your guys' argument is that Hunter Biden received a whole bunch of quid, but he never delivered the quo. And my argument is that, okay, so not only did he sell his services under the appearances of corruption, but then he failed to deliver the goods, which is just fraud. So he defrauded corrupt people. That's not exactly like a high selling point for me.
Life now, and I'm still learning. But I feel more comfortable in my skin today than I've ever felt in my skin.
Good for you. Good for you, man. Man, just doing the math and thinking about the last 6 years, of what we've been through in this country, and then to think about what you have been through in your first 6 years of sobriety. I mean, holy shit, dude! That is your dad's campaign.
Yeah.
4 years in the White House. And then the first year of the Trump administration. I mean, wow. That's a lot to go through for your first 6 fucking years of sobriety.
Yeah.
Congratulations.
I appreciate it, man. I'm really, I have to say, I know that I haven't handled it all. I by no stretch of any imagination remotely perfect, to say the least. But I am really proud of at least that.
Good.
I'm proud of my recovery.
Good. Should be.
Yeah.
Oh my God, stop glazing each other, you freaking losers. Let's go. Give me some content, please.
From one of her family members saying that she just passed away and that she thought that I would want to know. Isn't that amazing?
Wow. Wow.
Yeah. It's amazing. And I literally only tell the stories that it was a really, really violent and horrific event. My brother ended up in the hospital. Well, both of us ended up in the hospital for an extended period of time. My biggest issue was I had serious brain trauma, and my brother was basically in a cast, a body cast for, in traction for a long time.
Shit.
But the amazing part is that the Delaware is a small state. I mean, the state adopted us. Really, like, I'm more aunts and uncles that I grew up with. I mean,
dude,
in-
whoever
in
said
that
I need to
respect,
listen to the family part,
um,
you can go fuck yourself. This
you
is
know-
so boring. I'm fast forwarding.
my dad.
How was it when? How were you and Jill's relationship? Are you
Very close?
Very close.
Yeah.
How was it when she came into the picture when you were a kid? Sounds like you were about 5.
Yeah, and so my mom, I was just about 3. I was a month or so away from turning 3 when my mom died. And Bo was just before his 4th birthday. Bo and I were a year and a day apart, February 3rd and 4th. And my sister was 13 months younger, and she obviously passed in the accident. And I guess my dad and my mom met like a couple years later, and then I think it's, famously my dad asked my mom to marry him like 5 times before she said yes. And she explains it this way: is that she was so in love with Bo and I, and she loved my dad, but she was so scared that she would that it was so. And I love that about her. Is that and I don't want to speak for my mom, but she was but yeah, my mom Bo and I asked her. We literally got our dad by the hand and went into the room, and we said, "Will you marry us?" It was our idea to do it. Yeah,
That's how it.
yeah.
Wow.
I think that's when she finally said yes, with the assist from Bo and I. Yeah.
Do you remember doing that?
I 100% remember.
No
doing
kidding.
that. Yeah, yeah,
That's cool, man.
yeah, yeah. And so when people said call her my stepmom or refer to, is that she's my mom. I mean, I have but Bo and I always referred, because from the age it was mommy, it was mom, and my mom has always been incredibly.
Guys, listen, I still got the veterans in here. Okay. I still got Christian Valeris. I still got, the people who suggested it. I think Jen Winkler's still some in here somewhere. But I'm not going to lie. What the fuck was I supposed to get from this? Okay. Because you guys did it. All right. You guys super chatted. You said, let's go do this content. We're doing this content. Okay. Cotter likes, didn't ask, bro. Hunter Biden blows the fuck out of everything in this convo. Laugh my ass off. Perils as I'm starting to think that you're not a real human being. Like, what? Sorry, Perils as. Can you articulate anything that's happened in the past like 20 or 30 minutes? Can you articulate anything that's happened? Because all that I've seen is Sean Ryan and him did like a mutual glaze where they're like, we should be on other sides of the team, but we're not. We're gonna have a conversation. Congrats on your sobriety. Here's a gift. Then like, what was your life? And then he was like, oh yeah, my sister died. Rip, elbozo. My stepmom adopted me. I love my stepmom like I love my mom. And yeah, like what the fuck else was I supposed to get out of the past 45 minutes? This is nothing. Okay, Biden's achievements. Okay, maybe that'll pick it up a little bit. Okay.
Now, I can go through a series of rationales for why my dad decided to run for a second term. Okay, number one,
I don't care about running again. I'll go with Afghanistan withdrawal.
I think one of the failures was the way in which they executed the withdrawal from Afghanistan. I think it was an obvious fucking failure. I think 13 Marines are dead. I think that there was a better way to do it. And I think that, and I can blame it on his generals. I can blame it on the people, the way in which we did it. But my dad always knew this also, is that the buck stops with him. I think that was a failure. I don't think leaving Afghanistan was the right thing to do. I think that in terms of the 20 years of blood that your brothers gave for an endless war in $8 trillion, is that there is a never-ending lust to continue to sell material and our blood, sweat, and money to a country that has never been anything but a killing ground for empires.
Mm-hmm.
So, regardless of whether you believe that or not, the execution of the withdrawal resulted, I think, in and by the way, you can blame part of it on Trump and that he let all those people out of the prison and Taliban, but you know what? But it stops with the president, and that's what he said. That was a mistake.
Well, how does he feel about that now?
Same way that I do. Is that those lives literally are, I mean, I don't think that there's anything that is more, and I don't want to speak for my dad, but I know my dad, is crushed by that, crushed by it, just absolutely crushed. And And I've been, and I don't expect, I don't like, when did we lose the idea that that would be a surprise to anybody? Like, for instance, I disagree with George Bush on a lot of shit when he was president, but I never, ever, ever questioned whether or not he was a patriot. You know, or by the way, I guess who could, patriot? What does that even mean? Is that if he could, he would do anything that he could to protect the people that we send to serve in harm's way for our freedom. I just believe that, and doesn't make it any easier for the people that have lost people, for the families that have lost people, for the brothers or sisters or dad. You know, I mean, shit. I don't know for certain that my brother's brain cancer was the direct result of the burn pits that he lived by for a year in Iraq when he was there. But I bet you had something to do with it.
Oh, I bet it had something to do with
that's
it.
not like being shot, and I'm positive it had something to do with it. But I mean, like, I don't want to, like, the point being is, I don't know. I think that there's a lot of things that you can't imagine the kinds of decisions that you have to make as a president, and that if you have a heart and you care, is just must be so overwhelmingly beyond comprehension difficult.
I cannot fucking stand the way the Afghan withdrawal happened.
Yeah.
It I don't even want to talk about it because it's going to get me into a really dark place.
Yeah.
But I will say that when you have to make a decision on and whatever decision you're going to make, people are going to die.
Yeah.
Because of the decision that you made.
Yeah.
That would be a really fucking tough call.
Yeah.
So I will give him that.
Yeah.
But
yeah.
But the way that went down is
I don't disagree with you, Sean, and I don't think that. And I'm not going to speak for my dad, but I would say this is that I hear your anger, and I'm not here to tell you that you shouldn't be angry. You know, and one of the things is that I don't think that and so.
All right, I'm fast forwarding to Burisma, guys. I'm sorry, this is dry as hell for me too. The only reason why I'm going with it is because I'm doing a drawing. I think so. He's sleeping. Why do you need him? You're gonna shave him? You're gonna okay. I don't want him to step on my electronics. You. Sorry, guys. My wife wants to shave my dog, which is not a euphemism for anything. All right. Anyways. Perils as I'm not listening to you anymore. Dude, you're borderline about to get banned. Like I understand that you've super chatted in the past. I understand you're just another liberal. I understand this, that, the other, but you're so annoying. It's actually really testing my patience. Tell me, you're saying don't skip the university part? Dude, I just spent 45 minutes watching non-tent based on your recommendation. It is non-tent. It is non-existent tent. And also, what you've articulated so far today is so like non-connective, where you're like, oh, well, the reason why Nancy Pelosi made all the money is because Paul Pelosi is an investment banker. It's like, obviously, no shit. Like that's like the crux of the accusation is the fact that Nancy Pelosi obtains insider information, feeds it to her husband, and then her husband makes investments that has led to her outperforming aggressive index funds by 4x over the past 25 years. And arguably, I would have to check out whether or not that 4x calculation was even correct, where somebody said that, like, if you made 10% on, if you had compounding interest every year at 10%, somehow that adds up to 4,000. Bro, her husband was already in all of those. Okay, I'm done. Thank you, Perils Ass. Have fun. You're not for me. I'm done with Perils Ass. All right. Have fun. Listen, guys. Bud123 says the trolls are good content. Angry Points is the best debater. But I want the trolls to have a point, okay? Saying incorrect shit like that's not even true. What Perelzaz just said is not even true, because they said, oh, he was already invested in the companies. That's not even true. Okay. In 25 years ago, 1987 or whatever, 35 years ago, I suppose, the statement was that they had a net worth of $800,000. Okay. She's been in office for 40. Okay. So if she's been in office for 40 and they took 5 to 10 years for them to get enough money in order to start investing in those companies, saying that they took $800K and turned it into $230 million over the course of 30 years, saying they were already invested in those companies has nothing to do with anything. It's crazy. Doobie constantly says the most abhorrent stuff all the time in this chat. Yeah, Doobie's given $1,500 to the channel. If Perelzaz had given $1,500 to the channel, maybe I would be more tolerant of them saying things that were completely disconnected from reality and illogical. If you want to be a dumbass in my chat, it costs $1,500. Okay? Other than that, I am not going to constantly slam my head into a freaking wall. Okay? Yeah, Hucknose says, send money with R-slurred comments. Got it. Yes, that's true. That's true. All right. Anyways, now that we're here, okay, this is the thing that is kind of, I need to get the details. I need to find the details of it. But this is what has frustrated me about the conversations with you guys, and this is why I drew this thing. I'll listen to the Burisma segment to see if Hunter has some kind of defense in it. But for those of you who don't know, and let's just pretend that we're starting from scratch, Burisma was a Ukrainian energy company. The State Department said that it was wildly inappropriate to have the vice president's son in Ukraine taking $83,000 a month in consulting fees from an energy company that was, you should watch the end of the interview. You should super chat Hans Mayer. How about that? How about you get out of your German BDSM sex dungeon and you drop $5? How about that? Okay. How about instead of spending, money on leathers and dildos and, fantasy creature shaped objects that you shove in your butt, how about you spend $5 on the chat? How about that? Okay. Burisma was credibly accused of corruption, of monopolizing the energy industry in Ukraine, of bribing Ukrainian officials. And so Hunter Biden, working with them for $83,000 a month, was part of their attempt to rehabilitate their image. And so they distanced themselves from whatever the guy's name, who was the corrupt leader, who was a multi-billionaire, who had assets frozen overseas, then they were unfrozen, then they were frozen, then they were unfrozen, all that kind of stuff. So Hunter arguably didn't have a relationship with that corrupt guy. However, he did have a relationship with that corrupt guy's friends immediately after that guy left the business. Okay? And then Ye Jianming was a Chinese energy industry guy who not only was charged in the United States with bribing officials from the state of Chad in order to get money, in order to get consideration for energy contracts, but then he was disappeared and possibly murdered by the Chinese Communist government. And so Ye Jianming and Burisma were giving Hunter Biden hundreds of thousands of dollars to the tune of $11 million over the course of a decade. And then Hunter Biden gifted hundreds of thousands of dollars to his brother's widow, who he then fornicated with and got addicted to drugs. Then he also gifted hundreds of thousands of dollars to his niece and nephew, untaxed. And then he also gifted hundreds of thousands of dollars to James, his uncle, who also runs an investment firm, untaxed. So this whole drawing right here, where you guys go, oh, well, it doesn't go back to Joe. It doesn't go back to Joe. It doesn't go back to Joe. You think Joe doesn't care that his brother does well, doesn't care that his son does well, doesn't care that his grandchildren do well? You think that Joe just sees this happening and he's just like, wow, I don't have an opinion on this. Okay? Like that's R-slurred. Very, 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 very R-slurred. Okay? We could do the same drawing for the Trump family, and the Trump family makes the Biden family look squeaky clean by comparison. But what pisses me off about you guys, what pisses me off about the past 2 or 3 hours, the reason why Peril Zaz caught a ban is because you guys just act like this is normal. Like people, they just go to the Ivy League, they travel to foreign nations, they rub elbows with corrupt foreign energy ministers who routinely get murdered or charged or have their assets frozen. They take hundreds of thousands of dollars a month from these people. They filter it back into their family untaxed. And then, that's no big deal. That's just the way things work. He did all that while Biden wasn't even in office. That's not even true. The uncharged years, you guys just say things. You don't even research the things. The charged years, Donald Trump went into office in 2016. Hunter Biden had tax charges from 13 and 14. So you guys don't even read anything, and you come into my chat and then you argue with me about it as if you're factually correct, but you just make stuff up. You don't even read anything. Yeah, Call W says, even if it's normal, it shouldn't be normal and we should crack down on it. That's my argument. I feel like that's a sane argument to have. Hey, the children of the most powerful people in our country shouldn't travel the world soliciting hundreds of thousands of dollars from corrupt foreign entities. It's actually the most cold take of all time. But because Trump is dumb and terrible and infinitely more corrupt, you guys won't even concede the most ice cold take in all of political history. So yeah, I'll watch a little bit more. That way I can look up the specific dollar amounts that he gifted James and gifted the widow and gifted his nephew and niece. And I can write that down. I can also write down. So why was he not charged for it, Connor? He was charged for it, Death Lily. Once again, you guys fail to read. You just don't read things. You just listen to Pisco or you listen to Destiny, just like read the news, chew up little pieces of information, and then spit it into your mouth like little baby birds. But you yourselves do not go to seek this information out. The IRS whistleblowers had a federal indictment ready to go for 13 and 14. And the Department of Justice waited specifically past the statute of limitations so they could no longer charge the tax crimes. Also, yeah, Hans Mayer says the charges were from 16 to 19 per the internet. Yeah, no shit. That's because they let the 13 and 14 ones expire. And he still committed those crimes between 16 and 19. And then Joe Biden still became the president after that. So you guys are just like, you're blind. You're blind. Yeah, Unork says I got banned the last time I asked Pisco to chew up food and throw it up in my mouth. I don't know why. It seems like that's the way that you guys can consume information. You won't Google. Well, I mean, at least I'll give Hans Mayer credit. They just Googled something 2 seconds ago. Yeah, Hans Mayer. Now check out the IRS whistleblowers. Now check out the fact that he had the same crimes listed in 13 and 14. So yeah, just in case you don't know, 13 and 14 are between 16 and 19, and Vice President Biden was in office from 12 to 16. Yeah, Cole W says, I think the crimes were from 16 to 19 were tax evasion. Yeah, no, they were. They only caught him on tax evasion. But then part of the reason when Hunter Biden was going to sign a deal with the Department of Justice, originally, Hunter Biden's lawyers thought that he was also going to get a acknowledgement from the state that he was no longer liable for FARA violations of being a foreign agent advocating on behalf of a foreign entity without registering with the state. And then when they found out that the deal did not cover FARA violations, Hunter Biden withdrew from the deal. Death Lily says, so the government fucked up and that's my problem. I agree he fucked up. I'm saying he wasn't charged. That has nothing to do with anything. And by the way, Death Lily, you're saying like, oh, so the government fucked up. No, the government didn't fuck up. Okay. The IRS was charged with they were told to interview Hunter Biden. And then the DOJ, because of who Hunter Biden was, wanted to play softball with him. And the IRS called them out for it. So no, this isn't a government. Like, if you can believe, this is the other thing that's pissing me off about this conversation right now. This will be the segment. It'll be me talking shit to you guys while showing the drawing, okay? What's pissing me off is we are currently living through the biggest cover-up of an ephebophilic sex trafficking ring by the United States government, where the United States government is actively using the law that was passed in order to expose the information as a pretext to cover up the information that would implicate parties. And you're saying, oh, well, they did it on accident. I'm sorry, are you going to extend that much charity to the DOJ right now? Are you going to extend that much charity to Pam Bondi? Are you going to extend that much charity to Dan Bongino or Kash Patel? Absolutely not. They're sweeping, and they know they're sweeping. And they knew they were sweeping during the Hunter Biden stuff, where they let the statute of limitations expire on tax evasion felonies for 13 and 14. This is my problem, where I feel like I'm constantly gaslit by you guys. Like, what happens is somebody commits a crime, and because I actually think like crimes are bad, that if you violate a statute, then that statute will stand regardless of who did it. You could charge Eric Trump and Donald Trump Jr. with tax evasion if you're able to prove that they committed tax evasion. The government is currently not enforcing FARA, but if the government was enforcing FARA, you could probably charge the entire Trump administration with Russian influence peddling right now. So the corruption that's in the federal government right now, I'm saying that there was a more chill version of the corruption in the government 10 years ago. Crimes are bad if I don't like the crime. Correct. Government did an oopsie daisy. Exactly. AK Badu side, they sound like criminals to me. Yes, they are. Death Lily says, no, I didn't say that. That's the government fucking up. I can't change that. Yes, it's bad. My opinion is that I can't do anything about it. I agree with you. Okay. Well, Death Lily, sorry that I'm getting fussy, but Perils as got me extremely fussy today. And what I would say is, when people say, oh, that's bad and I can't do anything about it, it sounds like sweeping. That's what it sounds like. It sounds like sweeping. So I'm sorry for taking the rage and anger that I had towards Perils as and taking it out on you, Death Lily. My apologies. Okay? Hans Mayer says, at the end of the interview, he tells you what happened. Well, guess what? The 50 true coggers are here to make me suffer. Yes, I hit Perils as. You can unban Perils as. I don't give a shit. But they were way too annoying for me to fucking keep dealing with that shit. If you want to unban them. But that was way too fucking annoying. Hunter will say it goes back to 14 himself. Yes, thank you, Politics JK, for being sane. 8 out of 10 on the goal. 40 minutes left. Hit the goal if you can. Chippers chip. Oilers oil. It's the day after Christmas, so I don't expect people to be flush with cash. You guys are pissing me off, but I love you anyways. Perils as was unhidden by Bud123. Okay. Perils as, welcome back. Thanks for pissing me off, you douchebag. All right. Back to it.
That's when we come to Burisma. And the way that Burisma came to me was through a partner, a guy that not a partner as much as a potential partner who I had a great relationship, and then anyway, it doesn't matter.
Christian Blair says, I want you to keep this level of aggravation when Doobie says something 10 times worse. Okay. I'll keep that level of aggravation when Doobie says something stupid. And you know what I'll do? You know what I'll also do? I'll make Perils as give me $1,500. How about that? I will be more chill with Perils as if they give me $1,500. How about that? Sorry.
He
Is
just
it
got
playing?
from Donald Trump.
What did he get pardoned for?
No, he ripped off some a Native American tribe and some bond deal that he did with some grifter, and anyway, I mean, a huge disappointment. But anyway, he introduced me to Burisma, and Burisma. This is right after the Russians. I mean, the Russians started taking Crimea, but they had made inroads into Donbass and Donetsk. And remember, there were that significant incursion past Crimea into the eastern part of Ukraine. And Burisma was the largest completely independent natural gas driller in Ukraine. And Naftgas, which is probably one of the most corrupt organizations in the world, is the state-owned natural gas entity in Ukraine. And one of the things that is beyond the potential rare earth minerals, the most lucrative commodity in Ukraine, other than the level of education of their other population, is natural gas.
Okay, I'm boosting the audio a little bit. So sorry if I grape your earballs.
And Burisma was under direct.
Death Lily says, you're good, but the problem is that the conversation needs to move away from being right to making prescriptions. The better conversation is quick facts and thinking of a way against this corruption. Yeah, okay. Well, here's my solution that nobody likes. Double or triple congressional salaries and have their investments exclusively be in blind index funds. Okay? That's it. That's my solution. Triple congressional salaries or double them. So if what are senators making right now? Are they making 250,000? Are they making $500,000? I think the president's making $500,000. I think the senators are making 250,000. So what is the senator salary? What is the senator salary? Federal senators, whoa, that is bad. 175,000. Dude, I would double or triple that. What is a congressman's salary? A rank and file U.S. representative or senator. Senators and congressmen get paid the same. Do congressmen and senators make the same amount of money? Wow, that is criminal. So, okay, I would triple the salary of the senators. I would double the salary of the House of Representatives. And then I would double the salary of the presidency. And then I would make it so once you become a public officer, once you're a senator, once you're a congressman, you're only allowed to invest in public index funds for the rest of your life. All right. Anyways,
threat from Putin. I mean, that's what basically why Putin wants that particular part of Ukraine also is.
Grimsley says remove lobbying. I wouldn't remove lobbying. Lobbying is just people with money supporting campaigns. I don't know how that helps anything.
Is the natural resources and also the fact that he runs pipelines through Ukraine to Europe. And there was a board member who's a guy named President Kwasniewski, who is the first democratically elected president of Poland outside Lech Walesa, after Lech Walesa, who wasn't democratically elected, but in a champion of democracy in a post-Soviet Europe, Eastern Europe. And he was on the board, and he made an argument to me that they were worth representing, because I said that I would talk to them if they wanted to talk to me about representation through Boyd Schiller. And there was an enormous amount of subject matter expertise in Boyd Schiller. There are two partners that were very steeped and that had worked both at the CIA and the State Department and in the last administration, that were very steeped in Ukraine and issues as relates to Ukraine, and that's what lawyers do. And so I said, you should talk to them, and they did, and they came in through me as a the referring partner of counsel member, and in talking to them, I became convinced by President Kwasniewski that I should join the board, and he said, look, the CEO of the company is not is no is angel, but he's not one of the bad guys. He's a guy that's under threat from the real bad guys, the Dmitry Firtashes of the world, who were controlling Naftogaz and was wanted up until I think 3 days ago, extradited by the United States for I don't know 47 different RICO charges and bribery, and is connected directly to
Correct me if I'm wrong. Hasn't he just said everybody I was working with was super corrupt and just got extradited and charged with bribery crimes?
To Putin, who had been basically siphoning all the money of Naftogaz back into Russia. Those are the people that the CEO of Burisma were set up against, and they were wolves at the gate and trying to take over Burisma. And he said, and you, just simply by being on the board, would be a message. It would be a message. And I'll tell you what, is that it is well worth your while. And so two things is that I did believe in it. I'd done a Kroll report and I'd done a Nardello security report on the firm while I was at Boyd Schiller and working for them as an attorney for about a 2-month period of time before they asked me to go on the board. And then he made a real push for me to go on the board, and I made the decision to go on the board. And this idea that I didn't have any expertise, or I didn't know what I was talking about, or that I didn't have any experience with boards, or that I didn't speak Ukrainian, or I didn't know about the, I mean, it's all bullshit, all complete and utter absolute bullshit, in which they try to paint me as not having as much experience as, Don Jr., who just got a $695 contract from a $695 million contract for a startup private equity firm for a startup drone company that he's, with 30 employees, in like, I mean, I am almost beyond offended, the idea that certain people in that world have painted of me as being a ne'er-do-well, kind of drifter that, that's got on the board. Was it a mistake to go on the board? Yeah. Yeah, it was absolutely a mistake, not because of anything that I did that I am embarrassed about or in any way whatsoever feel conflicted about as it relates to what I did for Burisma, but because of the political position that put us all in. They used that as the toe in the door to be able to call my family the Biden crime family without any evidence. The person that said that Joe Biden took a bribe to protect Burisma is sitting in a jail cell. For lying to the FBI. And meanwhile, there still is this lingering question that people have about Burisma. So I guess before I continue to just go on, is that what do you think happened in Burisma?
I mean, I think that, look, just a little more context on Burisma. I mean, Burisma, would it be fair to say that Burisma could have potentially supplied the vast majority of natural gas to Europe?
No, not absolutely not. Burisma is almost all of Burisma's natural gas supply. The production was internal to Ukraine. It's Ukrainian industry.
But that could have been a major supply to all of Europe, correct?
Well, only if they wanted to drain Ukraine of the vital natural gas that they need to run their economy. But yeah, but no, Burisma did not have the capacity, was not large enough to supply all the natural gas needs of in any way, shape, close, even remotely of the needs of Germany alone. Okay. The production was not nearly that big. No.
Could it have been though, if we built up the infrastructure? Were the resources there that could have implemented that kind of infrastructure?
If you built up the infrastructure of Naftagas, the state-owned company, potentially, yes, okay, but not even remotely for Burisma. No.
I think that if I was the owner of the company.
All right, guys, I'm done with this. I'm not gonna lie, this is non-tent to me. It's non-tent. I hate to say it. If you guys want me to watch this on my own time and give you my opinion of it, nothing has changed. Okay, nothing's changed. The only thing that's changed is we got 50 live viewers watching instead of 100 because it's non-tent. We got liberals in my chat fighting with me about what level of corruption we should tolerate from, political representatives. And I've drawn a beautiful drawing in reference to Biden family corruption that we just as easily and could draw to a worse degree. We could draw it to the Trump family, and the Trump family is way worse. And we will. Okay. Hedonic Samuel missed your super chat. I'm sorry, buddy. Let me scroll back up. Politics JK says Hunter will say it goes back to 14 himself. Correct. Hedonic Samuel for 10. Thank you, King. Connor, off topic. You got any thoughts on Trump's battleships? Ryan Macbeth has a good video on it. Might be worth watching at some point. Yeah, Hedonic Samuel, I did go over this yesterday, maybe the day before, maybe not Christmas, but the day before it. Effectively, with a battleship, I was talking about how you're making it a glass cannon. You're taking one very large platform, you're putting a ton of weapons on it, and in an era of railguns and hypersonic missiles and drone swarms and all that kind of stuff, when you're putting in that much weaponry on a single platform, you have to make sure that that platform cannot be sunk. Because if it can be sunk, if it can be taken out relatively easily by railguns, hypersonic missiles, or drone swarms, then at that point, all you've done is you've taken 20 different weapon platforms, and instead of distributing them across a variety of ships that all might have a higher degree of survivability, you've put it on a single ship and therefore reduced their survivability. So, I mean, if we have railguns ourselves, if we have, new hypersonic missiles that ourselves, if we have standoff distances that are greater than our enemies, if we have a drone jamming equipment and anti-drone microwave technology that's capable of dealing with these complex threats, I don't have a problem with the concept necessarily. Instinctively, though, in this combat environment, it seems like a bad idea. So thank you for the 10, and that's relatively speaking, my answer. Beef Supreme says, I'm back. Are we done with the Hunter interview? Yeah, we are. Destiny versus PF Young, the combo was after you chatted with Destiny? Maybe, but is that going to be a fucking snooze fest like our most recent conversation? So anyways, I want to describe my drawing. This is not going to be a segment, but I want to describe this for my current people. So Joe was married to a woman. I haven't even looked up her name, okay? That lady was in a car accident where Joe Biden's daughter and his ex-wife were killed. Bo and Hunter survived, and then Joe Biden married Joe and effectively adopted Hunter and Bo, and there was another daughter out of that, Joe and Jill getting together, but I don't know her name. I don't care about her name. I don't think she's wrapped up in this bullshit, okay? So Bo dies of cancer. He served in the military. He was overseas. They think it was burn pits. Maybe it was. Maybe it wasn't. Maybe it was just random cancer. But Bo got taken out in his 40s, which is like a huge tragedy. And you can tell that it messed up Joe. Because like Joe, whenever he talks about Bo, he actually gets like super messed up on live TV whenever he talks about his son. Well, Hunter was a survivor. And Hunter, I don't know if he's Ivy League educated, but he's obviously well educated. He becomes a lawyer and he starts selling his consulting services overseas. And a part of his consulting services is he works with energy companies like Burisma, and he has some kind of like legal international consulting firm. I forget what it is, but they take roughly $10 million from international entities over the course of a decade. And so that is realistically small potatoes. But Burisma in particular, he's getting paid $83,000 a month from Burisma, probably since 2012, 2013. And so $83 a month is roughly $1 million a year. Over the course of through the late 10s, that's a large chunk of Hunter Biden's income. Then Ye Jianming, a energy guy from China, also paid a Biden associate $3 million, of which $1.5 million, including an $80,000 diamond, was distributed, where $1 million went to James for the joint investment firm that Hunter and him were working on. And then approximately, this is one of the ones that I can't find, but there were tens of thousands of dollars that were directly distributed to Haley Biden, Bo's widow, and also put in the kids' names where it was tens of thousands of dollars untaxed and they were given as gifts. That was part of the tax scheme. That was part of the tax charges, okay? And so what you have, regardless of whether or not this is legal, is you have Hunter Biden going overseas, receiving millions of dollars from corrupt foreign entities and filtering it back to his family untaxed. That's why he was going to be charged by the IRS. That's why he was going to be charged by Merrick Garland. And then ultimately what ended up happening was Joe pardoned. I'll go ahead and draw this because this was obviously maybe I shouldn't do red because red implies death. I'll do blue so I differentiate it from the money, but I also say that it's good. Joe Biden, after saying that he's not going to pardon Hunter and he's just going to let the Department of Justice do whatever it wants to do, pardons. I'll just leave a pardon. Okay. And so what we largely know is that this financial, unethical, potentially illegal, but not necessarily illegal financial venture has largely stopped. Hunter Biden is tens of millions of dollars in debt. His name has been run through the mud. And as a result, all I'm trying to say, which a couple of sane liberals have repeated in chat, is that this might not be illegal. It should be. This might not be illegal, and maybe you can argue for some pragmatic reason why it shouldn't be illegal. This should be heavily regulated. If you're saying this shouldn't be heavily regulated or it shouldn't be illegal, I just think you're corrupt. I think you're corrupt. I think you don't care that foreign entities are giving the family members of politicians millions of dollars and therefore likely looking for political considerations. I don't like it. I think you're sweeping. I think the only reason why you're able to sweep in today's political environment is because the Trump family is so fucking bad. Okay? So, Biden family Well, what would you say? Influence money map. All right, so that was non-tent. That was terrible. Let me go ahead and respond to chat though before we decide what we're doing next, because we are at 4 hours. We could wrap it up a little early today, but I also don't know if there's appetite to do something else if all the other streamers are doing something boring. Christian Blair says, I didn't expect you to change your opinion on Hunter, but it was interesting going into this view on the situation. Do you think he's being dishonest? No. But all he said was, I didn't think I was doing anything wrong, and I don't think I was doing anything illegal, but I was taking tens of thousands of dollars from corrupt people. That's what he said. Like, I don't know what was I supposed to get out of that? Where he's just like, yeah, I did that, and it technically wasn't illegal. What was supposed to change? Was I supposed to be like, oh, wow, Hunter Biden acknowledges that he was taking hundreds of thousands of dollars a month from corrupt entities, but it technically wasn't illegal. Hunter Biden's base now. I can't wait to see his schlong on my timeline. What was I supposed to get with that? Seriously. All right, let me scroll up a little bit so I can engage with chat. Doobie says lots of stupid stuff. Well, he spent a lot of money. So if you're going to say stupid stuff, you need to spend a lot of money. Grimsley says also remove lobbying and overturn people. I don't think you can ever eliminate lobbying. I think we should just differentiate between foreign lobbying and domestic lobbying, and foreign lobbying should be regulated. Ryan Nowicki says, given each of our reps $2 million a year, and it will cost a lot more for corpos to buy them. In addition, we need to tax corporate donations for elections, and that goes into anti-corruption task force. I'm fine with that in principle. I don't think you'd ever get it passed, but I'm definitely fine with it in principle. AKA Batu Sai says, there's a reason billionaires run their own companies and we don't send the smartest people to Congress. True. Poles hate Russians more than Germans. Dude, Poles want to fight Russia right now. Death Lily says, lobbying doesn't really affect policy. It's the ballroom meetings that people donate 10 to 200K to get into the change policy. Getting in the room is what matters. True. The Biden stutter. True. Call W says removing lobbying means that citizens aren't allowed to talk to their politicians and ask them to do things that would help their constituents. It's protected by the First Amendment. I mean, I can go talk to my representatives. Shit, I've talked to my representatives. I don't know what you're talking about. They might not value my opinion because I'm a brokey, but I still can talk to them. Patriarch says that's every single energy mogul in Ukraine. Laugh my ass off. Well, that's part of the problem then, Patriarch. Patriarch, you're in Kyiv, right? So what you're saying is like, we are an endemically corrupt Eastern European country. Okay. Well, if Hunter Biden wants to help you rehabilitate your image, in my opinion, he has two ways to do that. Number one, he can take an appointment with the State Department, at which point his governmental lobbying on Ukraine's behalf is legal and fine because it's in public and in service to the state. Or if he wants to do it privately, then he needs to register under FARA, which is like the Foreign Agent Registration Act. At which point his finances and lobbying comes under additional scrutiny by the federal government to make sure that there isn't fuckery, right? Hans Mayer says, yes, he talked about that. Was the dude he introduced him to Burisma. There you go. Ryan Nowicki, won't get rid of money in politics until we get a progressive in the executive branch a couple of times. The establishment will run interference on any meaningful attempt to make real change. Sure. Jen Winkler says, so I was sleeping this morning. What was the Hasan hit piece chatters? It was actually more entertaining. It was Rob's media hit piece. I was having a good time, but you know, only like 100 people. It was really like 80 people. Only like 80 to 100 people were hanging out with us. So I changed up for Hunter Biden just to see what was going on, and it was terrible. Death Lily says the real hate for Doobie should be that he's 100% a bad actor and gets a free pass in multiple communities because he spends thousands of dollars. You can say he's a bad actor, but once again, you must confront my Game of Thrones map. Doobie's defense is that he serves the realm. Can you not believe that Doobie truly believes that despite being a manipulative player in the digital Game of Thrones, which he probably, let's be real, he just does it for shits and giggles. He doesn't need to do it. He could leave online politics at any point. Christian Blair says, for my $2 recommendation, my recommendation is not snooze fests. Okay, thanks. But Doobie, I don't think he has a lot of tendrils in the Vosh community. He does have some influence in the Pisco community. He does have some influence in the COG. He does have some influence, or at least is willing to talk to J-Stock and Robert's Rebellion. I don't think he has any fingers in Hasan Piker's community. So saying like, oh, he's everywhere. No, he's not in everywhere. He's in like 3 or 4 political communities that have been common in the debate scene for a long time. And have used Destiny as a bad guy. And for me, I think Destiny does do bad shit. I don't view him as like a uniquely evil person, but I think there are things that Destiny does that are perfectly criticizable. So why would I care as the cog peacefully fiery but peacefully sieges Storm's End, which is J Stock's homeland, where we're not trying to win, we're just trying to like wait for the war to blow over, as we're peacefully lobbing trebuchets in J Stock's direction. Why would I have a whole lot of heat for the spider if the spider thought he was doing the right thing? I don't know why I would freak out. So yeah, anyways, let me keep scrolling though. Christian Blair says, I didn't expect you to change your opinion on Hunter, but it was interesting to go in this view of the situation. Do you think he's being dishonest? No, I don't. I don't think he's being dishonest, but he basically said, I showed up, I rubbed elbows with corrupt people, but it's not illegal. And I was a drug addict and I was a bad guy. So, who cares? What's next? Realistically, I think I'm just going to engage with chat and call it a day. We got 50 people cross platform. And so it's kind of like a slower day. And Destiny's playing Arc Raiders. I'm sure somebody else is live at this point. Everybody's tapped out. Everybody's blood is filled with sugar and salt and fat and oil and lethargy. So maybe we'll just have a chill day and call it, and we'll take the weekend to recharge and then come out blazing on Monday. I'll decide that in the next 5 to 10 minutes. AKA Batusai, Fellrunner, thank you for the membership. Talk about gun safety tips for libs for the rest of the hour. Okay, we could do that. Although I would want a bigger audience for that, Fellrunner. That's a catch-22 for me, but maybe. Let me think about it. AKA Batusai says, Connor, they can build a cage around a tank and it becomes drone-proof. Okay. Fellrunner says, Destiny PF Young is just Destiny explaining to PF how he is, in fact, a white supremacist based. PF Young combo was ass. He just wants a moral society and thinks liberals are bad. He keeps circling that thought. Okay. AKA Batusai says, so if it's a floating Death Star with a cage around it and has a separate pods that don't all sync at once, it's a floating weapons platform. Yeah. I take recommendations. The problem is the debates have been kind of shit lately. True. I need to get back into the debate scene more. It seems I'll start my... By the way, I did do one of the things that I said I was going to do. So I made a bunch of TikTok shorts off of my... Thank you for the oil patriarch. Thank you for your corrupt oligarchical energy industry Ukrainian money. I do appreciate it. Thank you for taking a slice out of the natural gas industry of Eastern Ukraine and sending it my way. Yeah, Patriarch says, thanks for the laugh today, lol. Listen, man, I'm sorry I didn't have more for you. I wish I had more laughs for you. Oh, Jesus. God, what was I thinking? What was I thinking? Yeah, I'm sorry I didn't have more laughs for you. I just took an extreme amount of psychic damage from Peril's As. Peril's As actually hurt me today. Normally that's Beef Supreme's job, but Peril's As physically hurt me today. Beef Supreme says, sounds like we're still hung up on Hunter content. Guess I'll just catch y'all tomorrow. Peace and love. Thanks, Beef. Appreciate you. See you tomorrow. Who? Which Chinese guy? Holy fuck. Some dumb guy. I hate you. You guys are dicks. Oh, you guys are dicks. All right. Hold on. Death Lily, he should have gone with a Eurovision Song Contest style thing. Dr. Zaya says, is Destiny playing his stupid effing game again? Is that why we have so few views today? Probably. A witch hunt for something illegal is pretty bad. What if people are doing corrupt and shitty things? Why wouldn't you go after them? I hate that mindset. AKA Batusai says, giving people money doesn't stop them from being corrupted. You need to make the corruption part decentralized power. Yes. Which arguably, AKA Batusai, that's the liberal argument, is that, yeah, sure, Hunter Biden took tens of millions of dollars from corrupt foreign entities, but he ultimately didn't have any impact on American foreign policy because he was insufficiently capable of twisting the American state in order to work for those corrupt foreign entities. So they say, oh, yeah, the Biden family took a bunch of quid, but they never delivered a quo, which for me is like, it's almost worse. Fellrunner for 5 says, you're supposed to watch 5 hours of Hunter explaining why it's all bullshit and not fair and come out thinking he was based, actually. Yeah, that did not happen. Whoops. Call W says, in reference to lobbying, I meant that if we change the law to outlaw it, that's what it would mean. If you as a citizen talk to your politician and change their minds, you're lobbying them. Understood. My recommendation are not snooze fest for 2. Thank you, Christian Valeris. Thank you for the super chat. And thank you for pushing us past our goal. Connor got triggered over pro-corruption libs and it spiraled. Also, half the conversation was irrelevant. Yep. Sorry. It was kind of non-tent today. My apologies, guys. Why the F would anyone care about Hunter's opinion on the Afghan withdrawal? Agreed. Well, QC John says, Connor, no, after Doobie's traumatizing and insulting grill cartoon, his influence in the COG is to be viewed with suspicion. Sure. That's a good reason to hate Doobie. The Doobie having cringe leftoid opinions and then cringe rightoid, dissident rightoid opinions is not a reason to hate Doobie. The reason to hate Doobie is because he made us watch that horrifying cartoon where a guy grills himself to death. Benter Koo says Destiny is the Mad King. Yes, he is. Indeed, he is. Fell Runner, maybe talk about gun safety for libs. Maybe we'll do that. But realistically, dude, I want a bigger audience. I don't want 40 people. I want like 100 people for that. Patriarch gifted 10 Valor Media Network memberships. Thank you for oiling me with your natural gas money, Patriarch. Who cares about Doobie's take on Destiny? His anti-Semitism and fascistic tendencies are way worse. Maybe. All right. Going to the bottom. Patriarch says, thanks for the laughs. Sorry I didn't have more. Patriarch says, I feel seen. Good. Big in Gaming bets on when Candace Owens fans will finally realize she's insane now, but they're still going to hold on to the cult, or if they ever will. The ones who are still stuck around, they're not going to realize it. Hans Mayer says there is proof that Bannon and Gianni forged the evidence for the laptop. I don't know. I don't care. I'm agnostic on it. Patriarch, it is a reason. AK Batu Sai says back to playing Mech Warrior 5. Nice. Part of my sci-fi channel will be breaking down Mech Warrior cutscenes. Big in Gaming says Hearts of Iron 4 makes the US fascistic stream when? Lol. Maybe we should use that for our mind maps. Maybe we should use that for our geopolitics. But listen, guys, we were live for 4 hours today. We peaked out at 90 during the Hasan Piker content. Destiny started streaming earlier, and because we have a bunch of disloyal libs in my chat, they wanted to go watch Destiny, make lame jokes while playing Arc Raiders or whatever. There was probably another lib who went live too. So, we had a few disloyal DGGers. The Hunter Biden non-tent was tough, but at the same time, we did get a good mind map out of it. So I think we're doing good. Christian Blair says, Connor needs orbiters, missing the days of Tiberius and Samantha Banana. I know. Tiberius went live a week ago or so. I saw that in my notifications, but I didn't check it out yet. Well, back to Diorio 12-hour videos. Based. All right. Anyways, I'm going to run. I'm sorry for the non-tent today. I hope you got a few laughs. I hope Perelzaz almost killing me via a cardiovascular incident was almost worth it. I promise I will get some decent rest this weekend, and I'll come out of the gate storming. I'll look for some good content for Monday. I'll try to set up some of my tech stuff. I'll try to clean up my office a little bit. This fucking camera keeps shifting and pissing me off, but I'll try to come out the gate storming next Monday. So yeah. Jonah says, have a good day, everyone. Appreciate you. Christian Valerius, have a good day, everyone. Connor in chat, see you next time. At least Doobie was absent today. Aw, the Doobie hate. All right. Parasocial love, ladies and gentlemen. Mwah. See you on Monday.